Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-ba, bum, ba-bum, ba-ba, ba. That ain't really going to work, is it? Because obviously there's already, a song that kicks into this. So then me doing the archers over the top of it's a bit weird. But anyway, it's episode 140, everybody, of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast that is known as Lookout Sir. 40, eh? 40, significant number. Almost like 40k. Ooh, there's a tie-in. Maybe we should have made a bigger deal out of it. Probably not. Hey, Phil.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm not too bad, thanks. I'm doing well. I'm
doing all right. I'm doing all right. Do you want to come out on your bike and play, Phil?
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, come on now. Let's go. Let's go off to the recreational grounds and kick about a football and so on and so forth.
Oh, I'd rather walk down some train tracks and find a dead body, actually.
Oh, okay. Is that what you did on the regular in your youth?
Yes.
Or are you just referencing Stand By Me?
It could be either. I'll leave it up to the listeners to decide. all those
dead bodies you found in your general area.
Exactly. All piled high.
Exactly. You grew up in a rough neighbourhood by all accounts.
Exactly.
Down that there, London. Did you start out in London, Phil? Was that your place of origin?
I've always been a Londoner, yeah. Well,
there you go.
I say always, not anymore, but historically, yeah.
Exactly. No, you've kind of earned your stripes, aren't you? You get to keep your London status from here on in.
Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. What was birthed within the M25 may never truly leave.
Well, that is true, yeah.
Exactly. Although, I suppose there is a segment of London that isn't necessarily encompassed within the M25, because there's that bit, isn't there, at the kind of like...
you're talking about the Dartford Bridge?
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
That's
the edges. It's still, yeah.
But that's not the M25, though.
Oh, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I'm going to have to get out Google Maps now. These are the sorts of things you drive into.
Let's maybe not carry on with this, and maybe let's just start talking about some 40k. But listeners from around the world might not really care about the intricacies of the definition of London and its M25 border.
That is true. But they are probably interested to learn more about all these dead bodies you used to find.
Exactly, but that is a secret to my grave.
To their grave, your grave, all the rest of it. Now, apparently it's called the the A282.
Oh, right, yeah, that sounds familiar.
Oh, yeah, there you go. The Queen Elizabeth Bridge.
Everything's the Queen Elizabeth nowadays.
Well, not anymore, mate. Not anymore. All belongs to the king now.
Well, it's true.
Except for post boxes, I hear. Let's leave it alone. Let's leave it alone. At least not old post boxes. I think it's the new ones they put him on it.
Yes.
Existing ones. There's a lot of post boxes already around, so I feel like it'll take a while.
Yes. No, I don't think there's a reason to build a new post box, really.
I don't know. When you build like a new estate in an area.
I
Green belt
yeah.
Development.
Lovely. What's normally you ask me what's happening on the show, Dan. Let's move along swiftly.
Oh, so this episode is we didn't know what to talk about episode, although a lot of stuff was happening. So
it wasn't. We didn't know what happened. It was just so much stuff happened.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it's so much stuff. Fortunately, happened. Although it was very condensed. So we're going to talk about how Leagues of Votann got nerfed. That was exciting. Then we're going to talk about 35 years of Warhammer 40,000 and our own glorious experiences with it. And then we're going to close out by my incredible accolades from the London Grand Tournament and how I got on and what I thought of it and so on and so forth. That's the plan, Phil.
Oh, lovely. Now let's do a 5-star review. Whoosh!
Whoosh! So seamless.
Peter!
Oh, hello,
What
Dad.
are you doing in here, son?
Oh, I'm
What
just...
have I told you about wasting your time with these little plastic figurines?
It's not a waste of time, I like it.
How dare you talk back to me, Peter? It's about time you grew up.
I don't want to grow up. Oh, man, maybe there's something on the radio. Yeah, this is nicer.
Peter!
What's that?
That's right, it's me, the ghost of a award-winning TV and radio presenter, Jeremy Beadle.
Jeremy Beadle?
Yeah, that's right.
Wow.
Now let me tell you here, Sonny, my dad was always telling me to grow up, and I never did. And look how successful I was. So ignore him, Peter, and keep playing with that little plastic crack. And while you're at it, listen to the Lookout Sir podcast, which right now is time for the 5-star review.
Wow, thanks, Jeremy.
Who are you talking to with there, son?
Jeremy Beadle.
What? No!
This week's 5-star review is coming from where, Phil?
It is coming from Apple Podcasts of America.
When he's right, he's right. That's right, Phil. We do well in the Americas, and this is one such example of that. Getting on late doors. Not sure whether that's just a turn of phrase in the Americas, but getting on late doors, 5 stars, which is, of course, a prerequisite of the 5-star review. And if you would like to do the same as Lord... Oh, God, I swear this is something that's probably easy to say, but I'm butchering it. I'm going to go with Nepathy. I don't know if that's going to turn out that you're going to read it and go, no, it's nephew, Dan, or whatever. I'll be like, okay.
Oh, I don't know. I can't see what it
Nathan,
looks like, so
something
maybe.
like that. Anyway, Lord Nepathy has left us a 5-star review, and if you want to be like that, poorly pronounced individual, why not consider leaving us your own 5-star review in places where you can do so, such as Facebook, Audible, or on iTunes, much like this individual. And at some point, we'll get around to reading your review out. That's what we do, you see. Or, if that wasn't enough, you can support us on Patreon, like our wonderful patrons do. Aren't they great? You could be one of them and receive no thanks whatsoever. Yeah! And then lastly, we have merchandise, which at some point we'll update with some new Christmas designs, but we haven't yet, because obviously it's far off Christmas. Should have probably done something for Halloween, but we haven't. Oh, well, there you go.
Well, here's the thing. The most Halloween thing that I can think of is for Age of Sigmar, and that's Night Haunts. Or the, is it the Necromantic Blood Bowl team? They're a bit Halloween-y. One of those teams.
Yep.
Nothing in 40k is that Halloween-y, I don't think.
No, it doesn't have a kind of jovial Halloween quality to it, does it? It just has more of a horrible sort of...
It's horror all the time, but not horror in the fun way.
No, the bad kind of horror. The real, tangible, powerful sort of horror, as opposed to the sort of, go down the theme park and people jump out at you in dark rooms kind of vibe. Gotta love a horror maze. Anyway, getting on late doors, 5 stars. Here we go. Hello, gents. Started playing 40k after playing Vermintide this summer, noting that this review was given to us in November of 2021. Even though that is Sigmar. So, I did not start listening to your show early doors. Did I use that correctly? Technically, yes, I suppose you did. Early doors is a, Englishy thing to say. Late doors, however, less so. So early doors, yes. Late doors, no. There you are. Valuable lesson. Did I use that correctly? As an American, I am very unaware of how the actual world speaks. So far, I've played few hours of Warhammer than I spent listening to your show. Ah, there you go. And actually, you said fewer hours, but I muck that up. It is very informative and entertaining. I appreciate that you approach it from a hobby side and a tournament side. Also, as I used to listen when in an office, appreciate that you don't swear. There you go. Look at us. Keep up the good work, and maybe one day I will get to play again. Pod reviews for the pod god, Dwayne. There you go. I don't know if the pod god was Dwayne necessarily, although maybe it's a reference to, obviously, the all-round godly figure, Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Who could know? But nonetheless, yes.
Surely he's signing off as Dwayne, not the pod god is Dwayne.
Well, I read it one way, you read it another. Okay. The point is that we got a 5-star review that I butchered as always. And to elaborate on that, here's Phil to say, well done, Lord Nepathy, otherwise Dwayne, potentially.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Dwayne. Thank you, Dwayne, for your lovely contribution to the 5-star review segment. It's always appreciated. You were late to the party, but, we always welcome the late listeners. You've got a giant back catalogue to listen to, hours and hours, so you can enjoy it. Interestingly, that you say, obviously you're glad that we don't swear. That is one of our USPs that we pride ourselves on. But also, you listen to us in an office. Now, I hope you don't have us on speaker and you're forcing all your colleagues to listen to us, which I can only assume is the case. Otherwise, it wouldn't really matter if we sweared and you had headphones on, would it? Really? So that's an interesting fact. So hello to Dwayne's co-workers if they're listening along.
Hello, Dwayne's co-workers. Ooh, naughty words, lovely jubblies, so on and so forth. There you go.
Lovely.
That's his sweaty poo, wee bum fart. There you go. Get a load of that.
Oh.
PG rated no longer. Yeah, no, thank you, Dwayne. Honestly, it's always a delight to read these reviews, and I know it's a bit self-indulgent, but I hope people listening, or more specifically Dwayne, get something out of hearing himself, or rather the words he has written, being recapped by myself in an altogether poor way. It's always a delight, and thank you very much. And we're just going to get on with it because, yeah, that is the way it goes. Thank you very much, everybody, specifically Dwayne in this instance, but obviously everyone who's left a 5-star review before or thereafter and hasn't been called out yet, we're coming for you. Transitional noise. The Leagues of Votann. Still not gotten around to reviewing the codex yet, so not entirely informed as towards exactly why they are as powerful as they are, except obviously there was plenty of communication within the community about their overarching power level. So it was intriguing, wasn't it, Phil, to discover that they were so powerful, in fact, that Games Workshop actually seemingly somehow, some way, have taken steps to address it. That's quite remarkable, isn't it? Almost unheard of.
Well, they normally would always put out an FAQ shortly after a codex has dropped and address. It's very rarely they address balance, though. There might be a couple of odd rules interactions that they fix, or stuff that is clearly being exploited because that's not what the rules were intended, and the wording or interaction was just wrong in some way. But they never change the points, and that is what they've done. So Games Workshop has also come out, apologised, done a video, and they've they've released the FAQ and errata already, which only has one rules change in it, and then they've also released basically a whole swathe of new points where pretty much everything, not everything, but most things have gone up quite a bit in points as well to address the balance of the army. And this is before the armies even come out, right? The only thing currently available is the army box.
Which does include the codex, which I suppose some would argue gives you the fundamental, components for making an army, but obviously the miniatures that comprise that army are not available for purchase yet. And I think it was important that Games Workshop took action to, address these changes before people have the opportunity to buy their, various units and or vehicles. But yeah, not since Iron Hands and or the Space Marine supplements of 2019 have we seen such drastic updates, although even then, in the case of the 2019 Marine supplements, it took quite a long time. In fact, I think it wasn't until the LVO of 2020 that we actually saw the various FAQs and fixes, although I think the Iron Hands specifically did have a series of minor tweaks in the first initial instance, and then were further tweaked.
Yes, I think so, yeah. I think what's most interesting about this is there has been 0 events where the Votann have played, or at least with the full army, right? Because at the moment you can do an army box, so unless you've bought 3 army boxes, maybe 4, to get a 2,000 point army, they wouldn't have attended any tournaments, and I don't think they have attended any tournaments. So that they've made this change based on 0 evidence in terms of tournament results, which is normally how they do all of their balancing, is based on tournament results and games played. So this is just on player feedback and not internet hysteria, I don't want to call it that, but there has been a lot of hype about the power level and a lot of noise that has been generated about it.
I mean, we ourselves...
I guess the question is, has it been justified?
Yeah, well, we ourselves complained about the perceived power level of this army. I think our complaints was more aimed at our perception upon the time of recording of how certain key stakeholders within the community had kind of decided that despite the fact it was very strong, this was something that was fine and something that they were jumping on and something that they were going to utilize for their own benefit, which is totally fair enough, right? If something is powerful and you are someone who prides themselves on being good at this game, you are going to take advantage of it. But I think when something is as egregiously strong as what Leagues of Votann was reported to be, I think it's fair to assert at that point that really the better thing that we should be doing as a community is acknowledging that this is a problem and seeking a more meaningful solution, in the immediate sense. And I think that is for the betterment of the whole game, right? I think ultimately, the game would benefit more from more people taking the kind of stance and having the sort of response to these power creep armies that has been demonstrated in the case of the Leagues of Votann. And what was really remarkable was seeing that, in Germany specifically, famously, their, TO organization, their overarching kind of tournament community had decided in unison that they would just, until addressed, stop or, ban the use of Leagues of Votann in the German competitive scene until it had been addressed, which is a big decision and not one that was taken by other territories. And I think that was really interesting and certainly the crux of where we were going with it, which is that, I think what we wanted to see and obviously what was demonstrated in Germany specifically is a kind of united community response that, Games Workshop can't ignore. And I think it's demonstrating to me at least that we don't have to put up with, poorly written, overpowered, silly books with, incredibly overdone rules that, create insane imbalance. We can collectively stride towards creating a more balanced and ultimately more fun gaming experience for us all. All it means is that we just need to, put aside some of our kind of, personal desires and, try and kind of work to make things better collectively. And I think that was sort of what was demonstrated with this. I think the guys from Goonhammer came out and basically were like, unequivocally, this book breaks like every fundamental rule in 40k. Some of the really high-ranked American players went through a tier list where they essentially said that nothing in that book is bad, but the majority of stuff in that book is so strong. It's like some of the most powerful units in the game, all in one book. So yeah, I think I've got to really applaud the community. I at first I think there were certain individuals or certain members who were obviously excited about it and pushing it and looking forward to going out there and getting some easy tournament wins. But in actuality, the overarching kind of community seems to have united in the belief that we don't want something like this in the game. We want the game to be fun and fair and actually, to reward players for creative army construction and ultimately on the tabletop generalship. So in a lot of ways, it's been a really good news story for the state of competitive 40k and actually for the voice of the community. So I can only look at this as a incredible positive. Not least, Phil, because Games Workshop not only made changes, but as you've already asserted or stated, they apologised. The first time ever, Games Workshop came out and went, yeah, got that wrong. Whoops. Sorry. We'll fix it. I mean, wow, right?
Yeah, well, they sort of got to have their cake and eat it, right? They did a tongue-in-cheek James Workshop video, which was being very flippant about the whole thing.
I assumed they did James Workshop because they're probably filming their spots for Christmas, right? Like, I assume it was...
Mate, what, he's here, we got him in the office, let's quickly do something so we don't need to roll him out per se. Do you know what, quite likely, that's probably true. And that was very funny, humorous, and it's like Games Workshop sort of trolling themselves in a way, like they're acknowledging the issue. But then they had the old kind of preview team come out and do a very heartfelt serious, maybe a bit too serious apology, like we're listening to you guys. This, not it won't happen again, but that it was almost as if someone had died. It was taken that seriously, right? And I think they could have just struck a balance in between the middle, rather than doing the two. But obviously, everyone loves Games Workshop, so that's cool.
It was funny though, wasn't it? It sort of had the sort of same, feel to it as the old. I don't know if you remember the episode of South Park where they parodied the BP apologies.
No.
Well, it basically had a sort of air of it, of the BP apologies from the South Park episode.
Oh, okay.
We're sorry, as they're like, I don't know, riding a horse or whatever. It was very. It was very contrived. But anyway, yeah, so, no, it was good. I mean, again, it was nice. In a way, it was good to have that kind of comedic element to it to kind of diffuse some of the otherwise kind of negative attributes of it, I suppose. It
yeah,
was
because
good
I
to
think
see
ultimately people are probably more talking about that than the apology. And I think, most people have probably come away with it with a mostly positive experience and said, oh yeah, this is good for the state of game. I think, there's the bigger picture of how did they get into this mess in the first place, because they talk about how they play tested it against two of the more modern codexes. I think it was Tyranids and I can't remember who the other one was.
There was, I think it was Tyranids and Elder, wasn't it?
Maybe, yeah, and it's a bit it's a bit odd to say we play tested it against only two armies, which is odd. You would have thought you'd play test a new army against most armies, but let's say they play test against more, but just those two. It almost sounds like this was done post the firing of the playtester team, so they didn't have quite the same number of resources that they have at their normal disposal to playtest stuff. That could be wrong. That's just me speculating, right? And
I swear,
as
though,
far as
man,
I'm aware,
like,
they're gone.
I swear that Games Workshop need to invest in improving this side of their game, right? Like, it feels to me, and maybe they're just at this point in time, they're just kind of scorched earth when it comes to 9th edition, right? They're like, look, we get it. It's not really holding people, capturing people's imagination in the overarching way that we want to. It's a little bit too competitive focused. We're not necessarily seeing the same levels of player retention that we would like. Maybe we're, alienating some players, so on and so forth. So maybe we need a rule set that, like it was back in the day, could be a little bit more approachable while still being, capable of being played competitively, rather than just what 9th edition is, which is basically a competitive rule set with very little kind of in there for, constructing more balanced narrative and, open types of gameplay. Even though those modes of gameplay are in there, it doesn't really kind of meaningfully facilitate that because of the core of the kind of concepts of the game. Anyway, long story short, though, I think it would be interesting if Games Workshop invested and actually, even though I've just said have a system that enables more types of play, actually also invest in in-house game testers and in-house people who are more, invested and involved in the community and actually are out there playing the game regularly. Because the vibe I get is the game creators, the rules writers at Games Workshop, because of the intense release schedule, because of the busy working day constructing and creating rules constantly to meet the demands of the business, theoretically or fundamentally seemingly are not actually really playing the game anymore. Which I can totally understand. Like, if all I was doing all day was going into a studio and writing rules constantly, my appetite for playing the game on the weekend or on my free time would greatly diminish because I'd just be so burnt out on it after a whole working week, hitting deadlines, getting stuff done. I'm sure they're playing certain mechanics. I'm sure they're getting stuff and going, oh, how does this work? And trialing it on the tabletop. But the idea that there are people within that design studio that are sat there and approaching the game with the same kind of not attention to detail, but with the same level of vigor as like the competitive scene. It's just not feasible.
Yeah, I could imagine they could quite easily get lost in the weeds in terms of they are so focused on the work that they're putting out and I think it's probably especially true that they're not they don't have the wider view holistic view of the community and what they see. Because I imagine the community team's really engaged, obviously, with the community, the Facebook pages and the feedback. And some of that does go back to the devs, right? But I imagine the devs aren't themselves spending all day on Facebook chatting with people on forums about, the latest rules or the competitive 40k groups and stuff like that. Obviously, because they just don't have time for that. They're busy working. It's like, I think, people like us, not to say we're particularly great at it, but because we do this as a hobby, we can spend our time to be engaged and watch YouTube videos. We're on Facebook and stuff. We can sort of get a much better, broader picture of what people generally think about stuff, and we've got that luxury of time to read through rules and going, well, this seems like it would be broken, or this feels like it breaks something. Whereas I think when it's literally the same in any job, right? If you're writing a book, you will not spot spelling mistakes because you almost go blind to it because you see that thing every day, all the time. That's why you need someone else like proofreader to come in and reread it separately, and even then they won't spot everything. So I can completely understand why they are in the position that they're in, and I get the impression that they are hiring their own internal team, but I think they're at that awkward stage where they've gotten rid of the old playtesters, and if they're doing a hiring drive for new playtesters, that would be great, but I assume they'd be in that awkward sticky situation where they either haven't hired them yet, or they're in the process of hiring them, or they've only just started, so that hasn't had an impact yet on the codexes that are coming out in the next month or couple of months, because of the lead time between writing a book and actually being published. So I think that's we might be in that situation where Votann didn't get as widely play tested as some of the other books. Might be it did, and no one spotted it, or Games Workshop didn't take on the feedback. Who knows? It really could be anything.
Yeah, and you make a very good series of, valid points, mate, and I absolutely agree. I think, ultimately it is a unique set of circumstances that they find themselves in right now. And it was necessary that they removed a great deal of the pre-existing playtesting team by virtue of the fact that they were obviously leaking loads of stuff, or at least, clearly members of those teams were leaking things, whether it was the playtesting teams or the preview people who were getting early copies. Somewhere something was leaking, so it's understandable that they were needing to take steps to try and address that. Maybe it was that they've sort of thrown the baby out with the bathwater a little bit there, but unfortunately it seemed like a necessary evil under the circumstances. But yeah, it was just it's really interesting to be in this situation, to have Games Workshop just come out and say, yeah, whoops, we're fixing it. And that's the thing that I take away from this. And I'm legitimately grateful to the fact that they are doing this and that they're taking this approach. I think it shows a, level of, maturity on their part. I just think it's good for the overall health of the hobby that we have a Games Workshop that are willing to admit their mistakes. And I think we are hopefully only ever going to benefit from that moving forwards as we continue to have them, seemingly, seek to learn from and correct their mistakes, I guess, which is good.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there's a few things. Like, one of them is it's a bold move from Games Workshop, and props to them for doing it. However, it is like a one-play card, right? They can't do this again next time a codex comes out that's broken, because it then is like, okay, you're just being a bit stupid now, fool me once and all that. So it's nice that they've done it, but it means they do need to get stuff in order and make sure that future codexes are a lot more balanced. But who knows what the reason behind this one was? Maybe all the lead writers were off on holiday and the intern just took a crack at it. Who knows? It could be literally anything. Because the one thing that they have done with the FAQ, so they've changed it so the grudges rules, which is if you put a grudge token on something, hit to 6 auto wounds. So previously it used to be a auto wound equals a wound roll of an unmodified 6+, which basically meant the Magna Rails would go off and do their crazy ability, which was it's either the splash damage or I think it's the ignoring bump, but it gets activated, and that was the kind of crazy combo because you can stack multiple grudge tokens on a unit, and on so you could stack 3, so you'd hit on a 4+, you'd auto wound. That auto wound would activate the crazy abilities that the Magna Rails have. And now they've done sort of the opposite, where basically it said your auto wounding now is no longer a natural 6, so it's not activated. But the problem there is you've created a fundamental core mechanic for these weapons that then don't interact with any of the other core mechanics that they have. So it's almost impossible for that ability to go off. Your opponent, your player as a Votann player has 2 options. One, if you want to use your Magna Rails, you just can't put grudge tokens on the target unit because you don't want to basically auto wound it if you want a 1 in 6 chance of getting this ability off. Maybe you just chalk it up to, okay, I'm never getting that ability because a 1 in 6 chance is so rare. Why take that risk? I'll just rather have the auto wound and, they can take their in-button save or whatever it is. Or, because I quite like the option that you can take your rolls and you can still go, I would still rather take my wound roll. Even though I've rolled, 6s to hit and it auto wounds, I would still rather take my chances to wound it. Because it might be you're wounding them on 2s or 3s anyway, right? So it's not too much of a risk. And it feels like the way it's worded that you can't do that. And that probably needs to be added in. Because I think you're removing a rule from the army that it should really have. Because it's so rare that it for it to actually kick in. So I think that's a bit unfair that they've sort of swung it not too far. But they've removed the issue. But in doing so kind of created another issue.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective and certainly not something I'd considered, mate. Yeah, it's true. Obviously, it's, yeah. The problem is, right, is they just need to get this stuff right from the beginning. And I know it's a really flippant, easy thing to say, but it's the truth. We just need them to get it right from the start.
I think here's the thing. When you create something that fundamentally changes how the game is meant to be played, you get these weird problems, right? So I've had a few games with the Guard Army, even though I said I wasn't going to play them again. I was like, I'll have one last hurrah with them. I'll dig them out. So I got to use the balanced data slate. So 6s to hit, auto wound. And then you get into some really weird sort of janky situations where, okay, so now I'm overwatching. Every Overwatch hit of a 6 auto wounds. And you just go, that just doesn't feel right. Because overwatching should be something very difficult to do and should be really rare. But now it's like I'm actually way better at overwatching because of my 6s to hit auto wound. It's like, it feels like those two things shouldn't combo, but they weirdly do. And that's the sort of problem when you introduce these kind of mechanics into the game that deviate from the base core mechanics of the whole game. Like it's just weird. And I think, who knows what they're going to do with 10th. I think those sorts of mechanics should probably come out because, as I said, you just get these weird gameplay mechanics where stuff happens that doesn't feel correct or accurate.
Yeah, and I'd agree with that statement. I think it is really essential that we move into a world where, you have a kind of core gameplay system that facilitates a number of kind of interactions or possibilities, that you can add to, but ultimately there is a kind of core system there that struggles to be broken under those circumstances. And I think because, as I always say, because everything in this edition is very much fueled by the data sheets and the rules as written on said data sheets, there's so much possibility for those to kind of warp and change the way the game is played. I mean, I always remember when they first introduced the Ynnari in 7th edition, I always used to say that the major issue with the Ynnari was the fact that they, you know, played the game in a completely different way. The game had never actually been made with these kind of interactions in mind. They just kind of shoehorned them in, and then the game couldn't handle itself because it was like, this doesn't work.
They basically got to play in your opponent's turn, which weirdly is something, you know, wouldn't be out of place now, right?
No,
yeah, but back in those days, it was wildly unheard of. So yeah, it's very, very odd. And I guess, but adding in those sort of weird interactions then makes the game way more harder to balance. It's interesting also because they just released an AOS Meta Watch where they're doing a regular series about game balance. So that article and video is an interesting watch and read because it sort of alludes to how they intend to balance 40k. It'll be interesting to see if they put out a 40k specific one as well. Who knows?
No, I'd love to see it. I think it's, you know, it's an essential necessity. But irrespective, I think, you know, in the case of the leagues, I think it's a good positive move. Yes, you are right that there are negatives to that. There was always going to be, unfortunately. But I think the overarching positive is, first of all, Games Workshop's openness and ability to admit when they've made a mistake. But ultimately, the fact that they address that mistake. But as you've said, let's hope that they learn from this and not consistently repeat it going forwards, because it's not going to be a good look if every time they release a new book, they proceed with a apology.
Yeah, I mean, it is also an interesting one. It feels like the majority of the reactions came about actually from the leaks, not... Because I think most people were saying it was overpowered before even the codex was officially out. Or maybe it was the previewers had the copies and, you know, they did their YouTube videos about it, so that's where it came from. But it is odd. Was it Ash Barker from Guerrilla Miniatures game had a completely different take on it. He actually said, stop apologising, Games Workshop. He was like, you don't need to apologise. Back in the day, you would just put something out, and if it was broken, that was just it. You don't need to constantly update and balance stuff. And I sort of get his point, because I think, you know, updating rules is often a positive, but there's also a fatigue element to it as well, where stuff's changing and stuff's out of date. But his other point was actually people adapt and change to it. So it's like, it would have been interesting, I say, to see Leagues of Votann, as broken as they are perceived to currently be, out on the tournament scene. See how good they actually would have been, seen what the win rate would have been with them. Because everyone's sort of, it's all been theory hammer so far. I mean, yeah, sure, some people, you know, previewers or people who have got access to some of the models might have played some actual games. But it'd been interesting to see what it would have done to the tournament scene, and if we as players would have actually adapted to it. Because quite often, something is the new hotness. Like when Tau railguns came out in 9th edition, everyone lost their mind and said they were broken. They haven't been nerfed whatsoever. And people were literally losing their minds over how good they were. But the people just adapt to certain strategies and tactics, counter them with different units. People have been saying that, you know, Votann definitely have weaknesses against certain army matchups. You know, they're not universally great against every single army. So it would have been interesting, and I say interesting a lot here, to see what they would have been like. And if, you know, they could have iterated it and made those changes afterwards once they'd seen the tournament results and gone, actually, yeah, they are too good. But I also completely understand, as you say, it's good to fix an army before people make their purchase choices in terms of buying loads of models and then go on, you know, I've bought 2,000 points of models now, but it's now 250 points. So I've bought 500 points more models than I actually needed, let's say. Because that's not good either. So it's nice that they have done the change. But I can see both sides, basically.
No, totally agree with you, mate. But there we go. Leagues of Votann, they are worse now. Or maybe they're better. Who could say for sure? But that was our opinions on it. An interesting topic all the same. Transitional noise! Good gracious. I don't know why I felt like the ukulele was necessary. I've been learning to play the ukulele, Phil.
Very, very sound.
There you go. I'll put that down. I actually got that chord wrong to show my learning process. Doesn't matter. The point is, all things are a process, Phil, right?
Indeed.
Much like 35 years of Warhammer 40,000.
Goodness gracious. It just, being a man of a certain age, it just makes me feel old.
Is it because the fact is that you are older than Warhammer 40,000
yes,
that hurts you deeply?
That is it, yeah. It makes me go, ooh, I was this old when it happened.
That's it. It's a terrifying thing to come to terms with, isn't it? But nonetheless, though, mate, I think, it's an interesting retrospective, and it's something that I thought was good to talk about because obviously, not like all of our listeners, but certainly like some, a great many of us have spent a very long time with this hobby, and it's something that has become integral. That word has lost all meaning to me already. It has become essential to our day-to-day, existence almost. We debate it, we celebrate it, we embrace it.
We live and breathe it. We have it for breakfast, and sometimes in the afternoon over a cup of tea as well.
Well, exactly. I, at the moment, by the way, Phil, as part of my Imperium subscription that I took out and have since cancelled because I had a moment of clarity on that. But nonetheless, at the start of it, they did give me a coffee mug. So I do, or a tea mug, I suppose, as it were. So sometimes I do start the day drinking from a Warhammer-themed vessel, which is lovely. It both sustains me body and mind.
Oh, lovely. I sometimes do too, because I've got a few, because basically every no retreat I've been to, you get a mug. Most of them with a name on it. Yes, because originally, when it was at the retreat centre, you'd all have a mug branded for the no retreat that it was at. I think 7 was my first one, and it would have your name on it, and that'd be your mug for the weekend, partaking in the free teas and coffees. And that even now it's moved to a fancy hotel, they still give the traditional free mug away, but this time you don't use it on the weekend. It's just a goodie bag gift that you get to take home with you.
Swanky. Actually, thinking about it out loud, thinking about like stuff, we should get Big Phil on here to talk about No Retreat, whatever the one he was at last time.
I think it's 10 this year. So it was...
Well, he's done it.
It was just on last weekend. So, I mean, we could do, for sure.
All right, well, I'm going to edit that bit out. That's just me thinking about other stuff that just came into my head. Anyway, so you get the mug as a goodie bag. I will respond to that. Well, that's lovely, isn't it? A nice mug. Everyone needs a mug, especially the mugs that go to No Retreat. Whee! Slippery fingers. No, I'm joking. I'm just jealous, basically. That's the long and short of it, really. I hope everyone has gotten the general gist of my jabs at the No Retreat stuff. It's pure jealousy. But anyway, there we go. Celebrating 35 years of Warhammer 40,000. For some reason, I wanted to call it 30,000 there because of the 35 years. Celebrating Warhammer 40,000 for 35 years. I assume, obviously, when it gets to 40 years, that will be the most momentous of occasions.
A huge event. So we've got 5 years to go. We just got to outlive the world to hit that milestone.
I don't think you going on another 5 years, Phil, is necessarily you outliving the world, is it? I don't know if that's you beating the odds at that stage, is it?
I mean, who knows?
Exactly.
I don't want to.
You haven't got a health condition that you want to tell us about, have you?
No, I'm good on that front. As far as I'm aware, I mean, who knows what's brewing inside me? It could be anything.
Exactly. Myself included, mate. The horror is waiting to be discovered. Yeah, look, anyway.
Do we want to chat about the anniversary model to start off with?
That's probably not a bad shout.
Oh, so that sounded like a no, but...
No, it's a good shout. Here we go. So it wouldn't be a 35 or otherwise milestone if Games Workshop didn't mark the occasion with an opportunity for commerce right, Phil? That's what they like. They like the old, momentous occasions marked with commas. What was the 30th anniversary figure, if you can recall?
Oh, now you're asking questions.
Pop quiz. Do you remember? I'm going to ask you. There you go, Phil. All of the anniversary.
Oh my God!
Warhammer 40,000 figures.
It's as if it is the Lookout Sir quiz by Richie. I think the 30th anniversary was the Imperial Marine, which was the plastic redo of the very first Space Marine, or one of the very first Space Marine sculpts.
I'm afraid you're wrong, Phil. The 30th anniversary model was the most underwhelming of all of the anniversary minis. Do you want to take a guess?
Was it the Primaris Lieutenant with the very long purity seal? I think that came later, because Primaris haven't been around 5 years, surely.
Well, no, they hadn't been out. They've been around longer than 5 years. They came out in 2017. They've been out.
God, how time has flown.
Well, actually, that's not true. They've been out exactly 5 years, haven't they? If it's 2017, but yeah, no, it wasn't a lieutenant though, Phil. It was a sergeant.
Oh, sergeant. But was it
a sergeant?
Did he have a really long purity seal, or
he had a really long purity seal?
And he's that was shooting forwards like that.
No, it was literally a generic Primaris in a generic Primaris rifle holding pose. The only USP of the miniature had an extraordinarily long purity seal and a combat knife strapped to his bum.
I mean, at one point, when I was doing my Minotaurs, I was tempted to try and hunt him down to add to my collection, and then I realised he probably goes for an insane amount of money, and it's for the purity seal, even though it looks cool, it's just silly money for ultimately quite a generic-looking mini.
I mean, what is weird is that the Warhammer 40k Imperial Space Marine, now that came out in 2016, and I have absolutely no idea what that was celebrating.
Was it just because they do one every year, right? So was it just not the generic annual Warhammer Day type thing?
It's a very good question. I'm just looking up an old article on it. Is one of the started it all, the Imperial Space Marine. Oh, so the Imperial Space Marine apparently also was a 30th anniversary figure.
Why couldn't it both be a 30th anniversary?
Well, apparently
in fact,
it is.
He predated Primaris because he came out in 7th edition. Because I remember people, and I think yourself included, took him to tournaments because the rules for him were pretty broken.
Well, the thing that was stupid about him is if you owned the mini, you could just put it in your army. So you could just take a Space Marine and change it into him. Yeah,
that was it.
It was bad.
He had a sort of combi plasma thing that he could.
It was a combi wibbly gun that was instant death AP4 or something. It was really
pretty
ridiculous.
Mad. Yeah.
It was pretty crazy. I think also as well. I think his armor was 2 up. And I think he was bonkers. He was like, yeah, chuck the Imperial Space Marine in. But yeah, apparently he was also the 30th anniversary. So what's weird is the Primaris Intercessor Veteran Sergeant is a 30th anniversary figure that came out in 2017. But then the Imperial Space Marine 2016 is also a 30th anniversary figure, even though it happened 1 year before. They would have marked
unless it was something like 30 years of Games Workshop and not Warhammer. But then that can't be right because it's been around longer. Games Workshop's been around way longer than 40k.
Yeah, much longer, yeah.
So unless there was... Yeah, I suspect there was something about that. It might have been... Actually, this is what it might have been. Because did some of those Space Marine models, like the Imperial Marine, come out before the Space Marines were launched properly in Rogue Trader? So it might have been some of the models came out, like the Imperial guy actually predated 40k. Hence the anniversary being a year earlier. That sounds like the sort of weird nonsense that would explain it.
Well, let's just assert that is the weird nonsense that explains it.
Because obviously this isn't a very thoroughly researched bit.
No, this is. Well, we're just membering. That's what we're dealing with here. We're doing a bit of membering. But perhaps you'll remember the 25th anniversary fig.
I want to say, is this the... it's not fake Pedro Cantor, basically the Crimson Fist holding up this severed orc head.
It is exactly that, yeah.
Oh, if only this was on the quiz, Richie. Remember it for Christmas.
I know. If only. But yeah, this is the old Rogue Trader front cover brought back to life.
But interestingly, done incorrectly. And I know this because someone on, weirdly, a 3D printing group that I follow on Facebook for other reasons entirely.
Oh, yes, entirely, yes.
Some guy wanted to recreate the original Mini and was like, does anyone have the weird plasma pistol fist thing that the guy is shooting? And people were talking about the Anniversary Mini and how in the Anniversary Mini he's actually just got a regular plasma pistol and not the weird combi plasma fist thing that the guy sports in the illustration.
Yeah, I couldn't give you a reason why that might be the case, but...
Well, I think they just updated it to look like a current, legal in-world model, because the old artwork technically breaks the law because that fist/weapon doesn't exist beyond Rogue Trader.
Law L-A-W or Law L-O-R-E?
Oh, L-O-R-E, sorry.
There we go. When you say
the
it breaks
canon
the law,
is an easier way of saying it. The 40k
C-A-N-N-O-N?
No, but let's do it with a big capital K. Canon.
Canon. Anyway, and then weirdly, there wasn't a 20th anniversary model, to the best of what I can find. There would have been Games Day models in the year of like 2008 or whenever 2007, I guess, which would have been the... No, 20th anniversary should have been easier to work out than that. That would have been 2012, wouldn't it? Would have been the 20th anniversary if this is the 30th in 2022.
Yeah, so, I mean, they did at one point a Games Day one, which was the Blood Angels cover art from 2nd edition?
Yes, so that was a Games Day mini done in, I think 2013. So it came, or it might have been 2012, to be fair. That might have been a 2012 mini. Also, so maybe that was also done in the spirit of the 20th anniversary. In fact, let's have a look. Games Day 2012 Captain. Yes. Okay. Yeah. No. So so if that was 2012, that would have been the game. So the Games Day Captain of 2012 clearly was done as a mark of the 20th anniversary.
Yeah. That's good to know. I doubt they did a 10-year anniversary. Or maybe they did.
I'm going to look for 07 just to see if they did Games Day 07 mini. You know what? Actually, I can actually remember this mini because it was the year they did the weird. They did because before 2007, it was blisters and things, but this one was. Oh no! Hang on. Maybe I'm getting myself confused. I feel like it was a Captain with a Thunderhammer, but maybe that is... Anyway, we're going far too far back. Although, as a weird bonus question, Phil, what was... If you were to hazard a guess, what Space Marine was done to mark the 25th anniversary of Games Workshop itself? There was a 25th anniversary box set of Marines.
Oh, a box set of Marines, so plural.
Yeah.
Was this again the Crimson Fist Rogue Trader, and it was like a pile of dead bodies with the Marine on top and several around him?
So for the 25th anniversary of Games Workshop, they did Heroes of the Adeptus Astartes, and it came with an Emperor's Champion, a High Marshal, or just a Marshal, a Captain, Marnius Calgar, Commander Dante, Logan Grimnar, and Azrael, all in a box.
I don't remember that at all.
Well, there you go. The only reason I know it is because I'm looking at it here on the thing. Oh, they did one for Chaos as well. So apparently they also did a box for the 25th anniversary called Enemies of the Imperium, in which you got a Necron Lord, Khan the Betrayer, Fabius Bile, Abaddon the Despoiler, Lilith, Drazar, Mad Dot Grotznik, and Eldred Olfran.
Oh, I'm surprised they didn't do Gaz, but
no. Well, I think it might have been in the time period where they hadn't got the new Gaz model ready, or there might have been like an interim where the new Gaz hadn't came out yet and the old Gaz had sort of gone out of circulation. What's interesting, though, by the way, is just the fact that it always entertains me when you realise how in deep you are, where you can look at ancient miniatures depicting characters and you know all their names, and it's like, oh God, what have I become? That's what 35 years of Warhammer 40,000 has done to me.
Well, exactly. I mean, it goes to show that the characters they've created are quite iconic, and they also keep them around. Like we always say, kill off some characters, but they do like to keep with their favourites and just re-update them because, you know, that's the ones people want most of the time. And it is interesting. I think with Minus Calgar especially, it was like the most re-sculpted miniature they've probably ever done, because I think he's had like 4 iterations of him, I think, or at least 4. Yeah, because there was the original metal one where he's sat on a chair. Then was it the Terminator one? No,
so there was an Artificer armor one with his fist up in the air going ah.
Yes,
and then there was the Terminator one where he was a sort of
the best
spread
one.
Out. Yeah, easily the best one.
And then there's
far,
the new Primaris one. Although weirdly, there is, and I posted about this ages ago on my Instagram. There was an old Rogue Trader mini that looked very much like the one where the fist was in the air. Some people argued that it was actually Pedro Cantor, and it was like, but weirdly, he looks more like the sitting down version of Calgar that came later. And it was like, I think that model wasn't actually anyone, it was just a generic Rogue Trader captain, but clearly was the inspiration for different bits of models like Minus Calgar and the Bionic Eye and a bit of Pedro Cantor when those models came later on.
I was always confused when Calgar passed the Rubicon and became a Primaris Marine that his eye didn't get better. You know, you'd assume if you'd just gone through a whole genetic incubation process that you'd come out the other end, 1, with maybe your eyesight restored, but then also 2, that you'd probably get your hair colour back to, like, I don't know, unless his hair was always grey.
Maybe, but I mean, it doesn't, you're just having extra organs shoved into you, you're not getting a replacement.
Oh, is that all it is?
That's all it is. Yeah.
They couldn't have spared him an eye.
No, well, it's a
That's
bit.
one too many organs.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting that they don't do actual like transplants of stuff. It's just just have a bionic eye because that's cooler and ultimately probably more efficient and better than a regular eye anyway.
That's true. That's true. Quite probable. Anyway, 35 years of Warhammer 40,000 has been marked by various miniatures, but on this occasion, it will be marked by an Emperor's Champion based on some iconic old artwork of an Emperor's Champion, thrusting a sword downwards into some orky flesh. It is quite an awesome piece of 40k iconography, and the miniature, unsurprisingly, is rather pretty, it's fair to say. I think they've just done an excellent job with it. I mean, much is the way with the good people at Games Workshop these days. And it's nice already to have an alternate sculpt for an Emperor's Champion, eh? I mean, what a treat. What a treat.
True, although it does feel like, I don't know how sort of game legal it will be, because he's on a massive base.
This is true. But, people will take the initiative, won't they? They will take it and they will turn it into something that could potentially work in that space. Or they're, painted up as a nice decorative piece. I didn't really necessarily... This is the problem with me, you see, Phil. I'm so far down the gaming rabbit hole. I don't ever look at anything outside the context of how you're going to use it in games. But you are probably right. This is probably something more for the painter collector than the gamer, I suppose.
Yes, yeah. It's interesting because it's Bayard's Revenge. So because apparently in the lore, Bayard, who's the guy depicted in the original illustration, is firstly a firstborn mini, but also died. So I assume this isn't actually him, and it is
died and was reborn as a Primaris Marine, Phil.
I think he apparently just died. At least that's what I've read around on some internet chat boards, and they are 100% correct.
Well, fair enough. I reckon he fell into the warp and then got out again and got better.
You're quite likely.
Insanely likely. It's the only logical conclusion, I would say.
True. I mean, I think the poses are absolutely amazing. I tried to recreate a model that I was starting with an assault intercessor where he's thrusting downwards into some poor space marine with his chainsword. Not quite as dynamic as this. This is fantastic, which is why I'm tempted to pick it up and convert it, even though sort of the armor's all wrong, because this is Emperor's Champion Black Templar's armor rather than generic Space Marine armor, which is one of the sort of downsides. As yes, it's iconic, but it's less. It's got less utility by not being a generic Space Marine because it is sort of Black Templars only unless you heavily convert it up. I would say the one disappointing thing about it is kind of a really generic Emperor's Champion model. It's like they've taken the current, like the CAD file for the current Emperor's Champion, done an amazing job reposing him and, posing the cloak and the flowy ribbons and the chain and the orc and stuff. But it's like a really basic model. Like if you look at the original artwork, the guy's got amazing detail on the chest and on the shoulder pads, and there's more to him than just a generic Black Templars model, if you know what I mean, in terms of the base mini that they've used.
Are you suggesting, Phil, that they lazily dragged out some old CAD file, took a little bit of time to add a bit more expression to a face, and then just, slapped it all together in whatever computer-aided design software it is that they use at Games Workshop, and then just simply punted it out the door?
A little less lazy than you're probably suggesting, because I imagine there's a lot of work involved. But yeah, it seems like I would assume this is how it works. You take a pre-existing model that already exists, repose it, and then add in all the motion and dynamic bits, such as the purity seals and the air and stuff like that. And obviously you do a bit of other work as well. But yeah, you're not creating this mini from scratch like you would back in the day when you had to green stuff everything, right? Although even in those days they would probably cast up parts like the Space Marine shoulder pad pauldrons. I imagine you would have someone producing copies of those for you to reuse on all your minis, I would assume, to speed things up and sort of duplicate parts that don't actually need sculpting like flesh.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ultimately, obviously, it's moved on, hasn't it? And this is probably a sensible and necessary business practice at the moment. Although, you shouldn't dismiss the expense involved in tooling and creating the molds to create these kits, right? Sure
that's always an additional cost at the end of the sort of design chain.
I assume with the limited run stuff, though, they probably don't do it with the same level of robustness as the ones that are going to be running for a long time, So I imagine versus maybe they use softer plastics, or they try and have things that kind of bring down certain costs.
I don't think they do. I think they just know it'll sell because it's a anniversary model, and they do, because what they at Games Workshop will always do is they will always, and it's the same when they do limited runs of stuff like the army boxes that have mono pose sculpts that you never see again, things like the something like certain Space Marine units, like the Space Marine Aggressor Captain, or the Captain Gravis arm that came out with the original box, that then you could never get again for years, at least, until they did. I think, did he appear in that weird command sprue they did like last year that was really expensive?
No, neither him nor... Oh, no, maybe the Ancient made the cut, but I think, weirdly, the Gravis Captain never did.
Yes, but then they've since redone the Gravis armor. So things like that, I think they know we're doing it in a one-shot limited release, but that limited release will still cover all the costs and make us much profit. And I think that's how they always do those kind of things. Like the original release of Curse City would have made the money back and given them profit for doing Curse City, even if it was just the one-off limited run of one time that they did. Now, Curse City's come back, but that they would have made the profit back from the tooling and stuff from that first run. You would assume, at least. And I get the general impression that is how they do all their stuff, which is why some things are priced way more. Like, this guy won't be cheap because they know people only buy one of him. So that's how they make their money back off of those stuff. I don't think there's a way of... The only way you can make it cheaper is if you make the size of the sprue as small as possible. And they have pretty much a size of, a single figure's like a set size nowadays, isn't it?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty consistent in that regard. But, no, interesting. But, yeah, look, I mean, it's a fine figure. I'm sure for the Black Templar fans out there, they'll be extremely excited to see that, coming back and giving a bit more love to the Templars yet again.
Oh, yeah. Like an auto-include for any Black Templars player. I'll probably pick him up and maybe use the pose and convert him up to maybe make him look more Minotaurs appropriate. Yeah. Yeah,
that'd be cool.
Would you get him? Anyway, yes. Would you get him?
Probably not. I'm not sure. Probably not. Not for me. I think my appetite for limited edition miniatures at the moment is really dwindling because I don't use them. I struggle at the moment to prioritise and find the time to collect and paint. Well, not to collect, but just to build and paint. Like, it's such a chore at the moment with everything else I've got going on. It's weird. I'm at that point where, like, in the hobby cycle, I'm kind of in a bit of a rut with it at the moment.
You need a spring clean.
I do need a spring clean for sure. And hopefully, once I've managed to completely do that, I'll become a little bit more invested in picking up stuff like this and wanting to paint and build and so on and so forth. But yeah, like, for example, I managed to get hold of one of the champions, the Primaris champions that they did.
The event exclusive one of the Blade Guard champion. Oh, he's not a Blade Guard champion, but he's basically Blade Guard armor.
Yes, but yeah, so I managed to get one of them. Haven't, opened it.
No, same. But I have got him. That's the key thing.
Yes, that's true. But, like, I'm not feeling any sense of remorse that I've not yet got the Inquisitor, and I probably never will get the Inquisitor. I don't feel any kind of hardship for that.
Which Inquisitor are you on about?
The Inquisitor. The one they did limited for store birthdays. The one with the sword down in the books.
Is it Erasmus, I think? Yeah. Oh, I got him. Yeah. He's awesome. But again,
We're establishing this, Phil. You've got him all, by all accounts.
Well, so the other thing I did today, I bought as a sucker for limited edition stuff. I got not all of them, but the Space Marine captains that are on, or chapter masters even, that are on mail order, purely because I want some of their bits for conversion projects. So there's a guy with a cherub holding a scroll, and then there's some floating speakers, and one guy's got like a little radar dish on the back of his backpack. And I'm like, this is expensive, but I really want those bits for future conversion works. Don't actually want the base Space Marine themselves, but I'll use all the accoutrement on the Space Marine and cut that off and reuse it. So yeah, I splurged out on that, and also ordered my Warhammer Plus Year 2 model while I was at it.
There you go. But yeah, I mean, on that topic though, I don't have any of the Warhammer Plus stuff and don't care. I've got the Mega Boss, which I might do something with at some point, but I doubt it. I don't feel like I missed out by not getting the Vindicare Assassin. What other limited minis have I managed to miss and really don't care about? So many, like, you know, and this is the thing.
Well,
like,
they do the Black Library ones every year now as well. Like that's almost like their newest line of annual limited edition minis that they put out.
So, up until recently, in totality, I had probably bought most, if not all, limited minis up until a point. So I got Eisenhorn, I got the Shield Captain with the Sister of Silence, I got the Commissar, the female Commissar, got her. I got the Noise Marine.
Mm-hmm.
I got various Catachan characters. What was it? Sergeant Ripper. I got
did you,
2 of those
but
somehow.
Did you get the very expensive one that came out? Was it
No.
last year? Because that was almost
I
impossible
didn't get the
to
one.
get hold of.
No, I didn't get that one. But anyway, the point is I got a lot of them, right? And do you want to know how many of them, of those limited minis I've even built?
0.
Well, it depends. Is the Demofuge with Harlequin person limited edition? I don't think it is. I think you can still buy it.
No, you can still... Are you talking about the Sisters of Battle lady?
Yes.
Yeah, well...
Lady with elf.
It's limited edition in the sense that, you can still buy it, but it is, I think, Black Library.
All right, fine. That's not limited edition.
only.
If you can still buy it today, it's not limited edition.
I don't think... Yeah, I think you can still buy it, because I bought it, like, last year. I do not. I can't tell, because at times they've taken them off, and then other times, like the Custodies and Sisters of Science, I think they've reappeared back on. So you need to check.
Yeah.
But I think for a while they disappeared, but then they're back in production. So they should still all be available. Those Black Library ones.
Yeah. So the Demonofuge and the other thing is there. Even the Sister Superior. That they did
the John Blanche one.
No. The one they did as a prequel piece for the Sisters range.
Yeah, but the John Blanche one, where she's got the crazy high heels resting on a skull.
Hang on, let me share screen with you, and then it's not going to help anyone listening, but this one.
Oh, right, yes. So that one was based on another iconic.
They're all based on John Blanche artwork.
No, that one isn't. But that was based on a piece of artwork. Yeah. But the prequel one was the John Blanche iconic. Was it 2nd edition Sisters of Battle, which came out way before. Well, at least a year or two before they kind of announced or released the new Adeptus Sororitas army range.
Yeah. Anyway, the point is, I actually did build and attempt to paint this particular one, the Sister Superior Amelia Novinia. I did actually build and paint that one, and then I got annoyed with how bad the paint job was and threw it away.
Terrible. So, you should never throw away models, Dan.
Well, I do frequently.
Shame on you.
Well, there you go. It's just because it's just, I'm like, rubbish. I have unnecessarily high standards of myself, clearly. Anyway, the point is, Phil, is that, I'm not that bothered. So I won't likely pick up the Black Templar because it will just sit in my possession and I will probably never do anything with it.
I mean, in theory, they accrue value in their rareness.
Do they?
Well, a little bit, I would say. If you were trying to pick up, the ones that you've just talked about that the Games Workshop still sell, no, they go for the value that they sell for, right? But the limited edition models, like the based on like Rogue Trader cover artwork and stuff, those will probably sell for a fair bit of money, not hundreds and hundreds of pounds, maybe anywhere between 50 and 100 quid, right? I would have thought for those
The Imperial Space Marine is going for 50 quid pretty consistently now. So there you go.
Yeah, and you probably would have bought him for like 20, 22 quid maybe. So
yeah,
it's doubled in value, but it probably won't ever go up beyond that.
Well, I built mine, painted him up as a Crimson Fist, and then threw him away.
Oh, why'd you keep throwing them away?
I just did. I can't remember why I threw him away specifically. I was just annoyed with it. I was like, oh, paint job's rubbish. Just chuck it.
I mean, Paint Stripper is available.
It is, but I can't be bothered with it, so I just threw it away.
Fair enough. I mean, that is peak frivolousness, I have to say.
Well, I don't think anyone would have necessarily paid me 50 quid for my one.
No, maybe not.
No, but maybe I could have gotten a tenner out of it, I suppose.
Yeah, got something.
I wonder what people were thinking of my terrible plans.
Just throw it away. I don't need it. I've got so many models in my cupboard. I can just pick something else up, paint it really rubbish, and throw it away.
Yeah, exactly. That's it, man. That's it. I've lost touch.
It's like the rich man burning money in front of a tramp, right? It's that's what basically what you're doing right now.
It's not that I'm that though, is it? It's just literally I've been in this too long and I've become, I don't know. It just gets to a point. Maybe I'm just a bit empty these days. Maybe I'm really unhappy. Anyway. So 35 years of Warhammer 40,000. Did it say in this article where Warhammer 40,000 started? What was the first Warhammer 40,000? I assume it was the White Dwarfs that led to Rogue Trader, but do you feel like Space Crusade or Space Hulk came beforehand?
No, I think Rogue Trader was the first of Warhammer 40k. Nothing really predated it in terms of the 40k setting, because that was effectively Rick Priestley's brainchild. But loads of White Dwarf articles came out afterwards in terms of rules and stuff. I mean, you could... I'm just trying to think, because there was something that predated Necromunda, which was... I can't remember what it was called. But I still think that if that predated 40k, it wasn't quite in the 40k setting, but I suspect it came out after Rogue Trader. Oh God, what was it called? No, it's gone.
The point is, Phil, we don't need to necessarily worry ourselves with the history of 40k. No one needs to hear our account of how 40k got where it was, because there are far better people with much more well-researched histories of the hobby that can talk with great authority, great aplomb about the history of 40k as an actual product. What they can't talk about in the way that we can is our own unique experiences and time with the hobby. And that's really something I'd love to get into the weeds with yourself on. So, I mean, how many of those possible 35 years have you spent as a Warhammer 40,000 alumni, as it were? How long have you spent identifying as a fan, collector, player of Warhammer 40,000?
I definitely know I played during second edition. My mate Andy got the box set and we played it. He was very much into Blood Angels. I think I played with the Orcs, but they were his models. I collected Squats and Imperial Guard. So I was born in the year 1980. So I think when it came out as Rogue Trader, I think I would have been like 8 years old. And at that point, I was into Warhammer Fantasy. And I think I was aware of Rogue Trader being on the shelves in Games Workshop. And I don't think I necessarily really played it, but I might have bought the odd model just because I love dwarves. And then at some point, I progressed into Squats. But I think that would have been more second edition rather than first edition. So probably from around 9-10 years old, maybe, I want to say.
Okay.
In fact, I can't actually remember when second edition came out, so that may have been a bit more later.
But did you stay with it that whole time?
Well,
are you suggesting that you have been with it for 30 years, is what you're saying.
Almost, no. So when I was at university, I obviously stopped playing, as everyone does, because it's not cool, right? But I still dabbled, because I think the plastic Necron range, and some of them were metal still back then, came out in sort of around 2000, 2001.
So the plastic Necrons were about 2003. I want to say 2002, 2003.
So I still have a Necron plastic army with some of the old metal bits, like the weird biker things, like almost like jet bikes that they did.
Yeah,
it's like speeders sort of vibe. And
Tomb Blades, weren't they?
Probably. And was it Tomb Banshees? Yeah, like the spiders that were clearly a rip-off from the Matrix.
Oh, the Scarabs.
The Scarabs, yeah. No, the big one that spawned the little Scarabs.
Yeah, the Tomb Spiders. Yeah, the Tomb Spiders.
So I had them, and I never really... I mean, I think I dabbled in painting up a few in terms of like trying to do paint schemes, but I wasn't happy with any of them, because back in those days I was a terrible painter, because no one knew about thinning paints. There was no real internet YouTube channels telling you how to paint well. So I, even though I wasn't necessarily playing 40k, I would still always look into Games Workshop. I would double check my left and right shoulder, make sure no one was staring at me, and before walking in, going, "Oh, gotta still look cool, right?" While still being a massive nerd at university. So I wasn't as active, but I was still loosely associated with a hobby, even though I wasn't necessarily gaming. But I still collected stuff. I remember picking up Lizard Men when they came out, and that was probably like I would have been like 18, 19, I think then, maybe a bit younger actually. Maybe it came out more like...
I feel like Lizard Men came out before you were probably 18, 19, but there was a I think it was it the 7th or maybe 6th edition of Warhammer had a pretty reasonable release where they updated the
You talking about the Bretonians and Lizard Men box set?
Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, and they updated the Slan, didn't they? And they gave.
Well, that's when they became Lizard Men. Yeah, so I bought that fancy box set. So I had.
Had they not been Lizard Men before then? They might not have been, for all I know.
No, I don't think so. I think there were the Slan, which was originally the. I think the very early versions of Slan were just sort of small creatures that were like frogmen. But then when they got revised with that edition of Warhammer, where Slan were like the big fat ones, and Lizard Men were, the regular guys. So I remember having that as a box set. I remember getting into one of the later versions of Epic, and again, squats in Epic as well. Got all of those models. And that was, I think, was it Epic Armageddon? I think so. Where you got the classic cardboard Imperator Titan, but then you got the actual model of the big orc. Is it Gargant? I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah, the Gargant.
So I always did different things. I always had various versions of things like Blood Bowl and stuff like that. And 40k came and went. We talked about it in the last episode where I had this literally Legion of the Dam, because I kind of completely forgot that I even collected it for years, because I was always like, my first army was squats and it pivoted into Imperial Guard, but at some point I did actually collect some Space Marines as well over that period. And then when I properly got back into 40k, that was probably 2014, when Richie brought me to a doubles event and we played with your Blue Minis, and I probably met you at that one. I'd have assumed.
I would assume so.
And that's where our friendship blossomed. Ooh, isn't it lovely? And then that's when I probably got into it, and that was the tail end of 6th edition. So I felt like I was probably quite active in 2nd and 3rd edition, and then 4th and 5th I didn't really play, but I was aware of it. And 6th edition's when I got back into it proper hard, which was ironic because that was the edition that everyone thought was pretty awful, as it was 7th to an extent. But I think it wasn't as bad as people made it out to be.
I think that speaks, though, to your own personal experiences with it and also your own interest and desire to kind of engage with it. I think even now, people like ourselves have leveraged some frustration at 9th edition, but I don't think that stops certain people from being introduced to it and certain people loving it for what it is, right? Like, I think just because through a very specific filter, a version of the game is objectively bad to some, doesn't mean that it's not still appealing for new players and people coming in and people, having more, more kind of rounded, less kind of cutting edge kind of experiences.
Yeah, because I think we keep up to date with it as much as possible, following all the updates. Every time there's a balanced state slate or an FAQ, we try and consume all of that and understand what it means. Try and keep in touch with the competitive scene and be aware of what goes on at competitive level, even though we don't necessarily always compete or play at the competitive level. Obviously you did much more than I did back in the day, but even that now we're still like aware of what goes on, whereas the average person who plays with their mate in their kitchen or their on the dining room table, and they probably play, they probably don't even play with the GT mission pack or are really even aware of it. So I played a game with a family friend this week, and I was like, oh, do you want to play open play? And he was like, oh, what's that? And I was like, have you played the GT stuff with the secondaries? He's like, no, what's that? I was like, okay, let's just do open play. I also showed him Tempest of War, but I was like, he's played a fair bit of 40k now, but probably less than 10 games, right, in total, because he's in his 20s and goes off to uni, and then he comes back because he can't play while he's at uni because he's just another time. So he's not aware of a lot of the wider stuff of 40k just because he hasn't got the time for it, or is that way inclined. And I think a lot of people, they get what they want out of it, and they will, 40k is still fun to play because ultimately it is just a social piece of glue for you to hang out with your friends, or to, mates down the gaming club. And, you can still also, the game itself can still be fun. Even at a competitive level, it can still be fun. But doesn't mean, as you say, there aren't frustrations with how Games Workshop handles things, or how the game can play, either in comparison to previous editions, or how we would just like it to work.
Yeah, 100%. And, I think you're absolutely spot on in that regard. I think a great many people will just, play the game and not think about all of those additional nuances and layers that really don't concern them. Which is very much, I'd say, how it was with yourself when you got back into it, right? Like when we were playing 6th and 7th edition, yes, we were attending Warhammer World events, but due to the way that Warhammer World functioned and the nature of the game at that time, it didn't really sort of seemingly attract the sort of audience that it attracts today, and there definitely wasn't as much of a demand, so we never really had that kind of exposure to the the super try-hard version of it.
Yeah,
even though there were some people bringing strong lists, it never felt too crazy.
I mean, it was often derided by people as like the soft play area of 40k, which I'd never liked the term because it's a bit insulting, I think, to the people that were going there. But the assumption was that if you are a serious hardcore 40k player, you would be doing the ITC format and playing in independent shops and stores that use that format, which is in those days had very much comped the game. So they had modified, they'd basically running their own missions. They would ban certain models and units, mostly Forge World.
Yeah.
They would FAQ and rule on the game itself, because at that point, Games Workshop wasn't really doing it. They would, at best, put out an FAQ once a year, if that. And I remember towards the end of 7th, what was really interesting is they were starting to engage with the community, put out several FAQs like in a row of updates. and it was almost like the drip feed of what they were going to do for 8th edition. It was like them warming up to the idea of, yeah, we're going to do loads of FAQs, we're going to engage with the community, we're going to take on board, you know, the community feedback in that respect. So that was interesting to see that happen at that time in 7th edition.
Yeah. But yeah, look, I mean, if I can indulge myself by giving you my kind of time.
Oh yes, with
the hobby by comparison. So what did you land on a number? How many years are you going with? Are you going for the full 30?
No, I would say, God, if I'm
old,
yeah, at least 20, I would say.
I'd agree with that. I feel that's a
or
fair
or thereabouts, because obviously I wasn't quite there at the beginning, and there were absences, let's say, in the middle. So I would say around 20 plus. Yeah, 20 to 25 would seem like a fair stab.
That's fair. So I was exposed to the hobby as a child, quite consistently. I had friends who had Hero Quest.
Did it flash you with a Mac? Did it expose you in that way?
Yeah. It was like quick flashes of bones everywhere. It was terrifying. Those skeleton warriors.
Oh well, Hero Quest. Yeah, I remember getting that for Christmas. Oh, amazing.
See, I didn't get that, and like friends had it, and like I remember, like as a kid growing up, you had all sorts of like, you know, play sets and toys that had kind of minifigs and complementary components. Like I had a Manta Force play set as a kid. Do you remember Manta Force?
No.
So Manta Force was like this sort of like space themed play sets where they had different ships based that had different kind of like auxiliary vehicles and things, and they all had little minifigs that went inside them and all the rest of it. So it created like these big kind of like play opportunities for kids, because they could muck around with all these little figures. And I had like I had this board game. It was called like something in Barbarians or something. I can't remember exactly what it was called, but it had these little figures, and you got these like discs, and you had like catapults and different types of weapons, and you had to, and they were all like elastic band powered, and you would like fling like tokens at like, you know, people's battle lines and knock over their figures, and that was like the game, right? So it was like
I remember that sort of thing.
Yeah. So I had lots of stuff like as a kid, and it was around, right? But like Warhammer itself never really stood out. I remember seeing like Space Crusade around a friend's house, and I recall like the techno skeleton, chaos skeleton warrior, or whatever it was.
I think it was chaos. Oh god, yeah, chaos android. I think it was
chaos
called.
Android. Yeah. And you remember the figures, and you remember like, oh, these are cool, and the iconography and all the rest of it. But you're not thinking, because back then, like in like the 90s. Late 80s, 90s, it was just a smorgasbord of like that kind of really basic male stereotypes in terms of what boys were into, right? We all had chunky, angular, armored designs with, you know, some kind of like heraldry, and then it was, you know, heroic characters fighting either with guns or swords or whatever. It was like, it's like everything back then was that, right? Like it was all the same stuff, just packaged in different ways. So, you know, whether it was Visionaries or Transformers or G.I. Joe or whatever.
I think there's something to be said. There was a lot of stuff that was very quintessentially English as well, which is what 40k
absolutely.
is. So like Judge Dredd is probably the most obvious comparison in terms of like the art style and the vibe that it was going for.
But it was difficult for me to discern that that's what it was. You know, I didn't know as a kid, that's quintessentially a British thing. But I definitely resonated with the more kind of gritty art style of it. You know, I think as a kid, you can't help but sort of be immersed in that power fantasy of like, you know, being this kind of super soldier and being strong and being like, and having such simple base desires of just, I beat you up, I win. Brrr. It was like, it was
I think this says more about you, because I obviously resonated more with the humble guardsman, the regular human just doing its job.
Yeah, look, I mean, here's the thing. I can't pretend I wasn't attracted to the sort of power fantasy aspects of it. I mean, I think that's, being a general or being a commander or being just, like a super soldier. It's all that kind of stuff that, sort of appeals, I think, to sort of, young teens and, even sort of older, boys, girls, whatever. I think it would just, it just really resonated with me. But the thing was, it was like a smorgasbord of all that stuff. And at no point did I really realise that, the Warhammer components of that were Warhammer specific. I just knew that Space Crusade and Space Hulk and the like were other games amongst the many that were out there, and they were never things that I owned. And I never really thought about it. I mean, I was a video game player through and through. I mean, I spent all my time on my Nintendo and then subsequently Mega Drive and so on and so forth. Like, I just spent all my time playing video games. But I was always a little bit of a budding artist. I was always drawing pictures. I was always excited about comic books and fantasy worlds and all this kind of stuff. And I remember, like, again, it was the strangest thing. Like, I didn't really think anything about it. I mean, in the town I grew up in, or the city I grew up in, we didn't have a Games Workshop, and we didn't until, like, the mid-90s. Like, I think Games Workshop opened in Salisbury in, like, 96, 97 even. Like, it was really late on in the whole kind of Games Workshop kind of land grab of the 90s. It was definitely one of the later stores. So we didn't have one, so I didn't really have that high street exposure until much later. But I remember there was a lad who was over from the US, so his dad was in the military. So one of the weird USPs of Salisbury is that it's got a lot of military bases around it, being in Wiltshire as it is. So there's often instances where at school you had like kids who were the sons and daughters of servicemen and women would end up at your school, right? And in this particular instance, there was a young American lad by the name of Jack Preston, and he came to school, and we were doing a cross-country run of all things. Me and him holding up the back, having a conversation about video games and fantasy universes and all this kind of stuff. And he started talking to me about Warhammer and how great he thought Warhammer was. And he talked to me about these Games Workshops and how amazing they are, because you can go somewhere and meet like-minded people and people who are interested in the same stuff as you are. And it's a really amazing experience. And I've told this story before on this podcast, but the sad truth is that for whatever reason, I thought, because back then I just loved lying all the time. I was that kid that lied all the time, right? So I kind of made up my own version of whatever it was he was talking about, just to sort of try and seem cool, which was a terrible mistake, really. But, I own it. You got to be real about these things at the end of the day. I was like, if I was like any of the in-betweeners, I would be like Jay, except I didn't lie about having sex with loads of women. I just lied about the most arbitrary nonsense, as it were. It was just a strange compulsion that I had. But anyway, long story short, he told me about Games Workshop and all this Warhammer stuff, and I thought, oh yeah, cool, great, whatever. Probably won't have to worry about that again. And then he brought in a white dwarf and was reading it, and I took a look at it, and I saw the striking scorpions as they were in 96 or whatever it would have been. And I was immediately like, wow, they look amazing. I need to get my hands on this. And I basically convinced my lovely parents that they should buy me the Warhammer 40,000 second edition box set from Argos. It was on discount in Argos. Wow. It was in the Argos catalogue back then. That was quite nice.
So we're thinking that you could buy it elsewhere. I mean, sometimes places like Game will sell models, but normally it's things like the Heroes range. It's not normally, actual boxes of regular bog standard 40k.
Yeah, it was weird, right? Because it was a really strange thing that this sort of specialist thing. Knowing what we know about Games Workshop now, the idea of one of their products like a 40k box set having been sold in Argos would have been odd. Although that being said, nowadays they're for sale in all sorts of retailers, right? They're in game, they're in everywhere, really. Like, they seem to be
but
lots of places.
Tend to be specialist games designed to go into those shops. Although saying that, I don't think it was that unusual back in those days, the olden days, because Hero Quest, Space Crusade, all of those games were done under license with MB, at least I think in this country. So they were in every game store, like things like Hero Quest. So you always saw Games Workshop stuff around. It just wasn't like the mainline Warhammer Fantasy, Warhammer 40k games. It was just their offshoot market that was everywhere else. And that was the thing. Yeah. They were to drive you into 40k and fantasy. And I do sort of go, it's a shame we don't really have quite the same sort of thing now. They do have the smaller games that they do, like, was it Blitz Bowl and the one with the Scouts and Gene Stealers. That are predominantly mainly in Germany and America, of all places, and nowhere else. But they have done them occasionally in the UK as well. But it never feels like it's quite as consistently available, and they're really tiny games in comparison to like Hero Quest and Space Crusade.
Yeah. But nonetheless, right, like, so I got my hands on that. And then from there, I was pretty much done. So, I mean, I was 13, I guess, at the time. Maybe 12 even. 12, 13. In fact, I think I was 12 going on 13 for that Christmas. And then, I think from there on in, I've never looked back. Like, you know how, like, everyone who does, like, the Warhammer podcast that used to do the... what was the Voxcast? They always used to do interviews with staff members, and like yourself, they'd always have the same story. Found Space Crusade or Hero Quest, got into it, played it loads. When I got to 16, I gave up on it because of girls or whatever they usually say, and then found it again in my mid-20s. Like, that wasn't my situation at all. Like, I found it when I was like 12 or 13, and I've never stopped. Like, there hasn't been...
Because you've never had girls, Dan.
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, that's what it is, It's the... it's how it is, But, like, no, but all seriousness, though, I never felt like it was something I needed to be ashamed of or something that I was worried about. Like, I was always super honest about it. Like, I mean, I went out and, did all the same stuff that people apparently... needed to give up the hobby for. I mean, don't get me wrong, during university, my ability to engage with the hobby and, be an active consumer of it was very limited. I had my historical Elder collection, and I had my Black Templar army that I also had at the time. But, I wasn't really able to refresh and keep updating the forces, so I literally just used to have to... I had two choices. You could either play me with my, my old Elder army, my old 3rd edition Elder, or 4th edition Elder, or you could play my my newer Black Templars. But I didn't have really anything kind of in between at that point. But other than that, like, but I was still getting games in at least once a month back then. Like, not as frequently as I would do most of the other time, but I still get, like, I mean, it was hilarious. I would always play. I'd play my mate Tom. Go over to his place and play, and he'd have like an Imperial Guard tank regiment, and I'd be like, here's my Black Templars, and he'd be like, cool, here's my Lehman Russes, and I'd be like, great. And that was back where it's like, oh, hide behind this cover, and he'd be like, right, well, I'll shoot one of them, and then because of your weird rules, you're going to run towards me. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think back then I played a huge amount. Like, I had a couple of friends that would come over and play on my kitchen table with, the classic green felt mats.
Yes, VHS tapes and books.
Yeah, exactly, underneath. And I would, go around their house and play. And I think the problem with going to university is everything was metal predominantly. So it just weighed too much. And it was like, I took my essentials and that wasn't one of them. And then you just don't really have much money or I guess I had time, but my time was spent doing other stuff in terms of study and learning about computers and coding and stuff like that is what I predominantly did at university. Even though I would have actually had quite a fair bit of free time to, paint and stuff. And then when I moved back home, I was at my parents' and didn't really seem like I had the space to do it then, or I didn't, I just didn't know anyone to play with, sort of thing. So I think that's sort of, while I still had an interest in it, I didn't play it at all during that period.
Well, that's the thing, right? At like school, me and the guys I played with the whole time were like, we'd always play games together, and then the Games Workshop opened and we were super engaged with it. And I mean, I'll be honest with you, there were these two brothers who worked at Games Workshop in Salisbury, or they worked in different times. I don't know if they worked there at the same time, but they were incredible. They were such amazing hobbyists, and their skill was they made extraordinary boards. So the Games Workshop in Salisbury used to have the most amazing gaming boards. It was just crazy. You'd go in there and you'd be like, yeah, okay, they had like the felt mat with the Imperial Bastion and some trees, but just off to the left of it, they'd have this incredible like industrial complex that these guys had made. And like, it was just, it was so awe-inspiring, and you just wanted to be part of it. And I remember like a lot of the time when I'd finish school, certainly from like 15, 16 onwards, I would like finish school, I'd walk from my school to the centre of Salisbury where the Games Workshop was, and I'd sort of hang out in Games Workshop for a couple of hours, and then I wasn't allowed to at the time attend like the Veterans Night or whatever it was because I was too young.
Because I was like the adult,
Yeah. But I would sort of like see what people would bring in and get excited about it. I was like, it was hilarious in year 5 and year 6, which was like the last 2 years of school. I was the only year 5/year 6 in the Warhammer Club. No, not sorry, year 10 or year 11, not 5 and 6. It was the 5th and 6th year, but you know what I mean, like year 5, 10, 11.
Yeah,
going into GCSE. So I was the only like 16-year-old in the Warhammer Club. So when like our form tutor would do like club updates, it'd be like, and the Warhammer Club, and it was literally just me, and they'd be like, whoa! And you'd be like, yeah, shut up.
Yeah, because I remember. So that is actually how I met Richie, the quizmaster. Was because we went to the same school. I was a year above him, so hence we would have never mixed because you just don't do that at school. But we went to the Warhammer Club together, and so that's where I initially met him. We became quite good friends for that year. I then went to college.
That was great though, right? The school clubs, they were fantastic.
Yeah, that was really good. And I think one of the Games Workshops, like not store owners, store managers, was either I think I'm pretty sure he went to the school, which can't have been right. So I think he just turned up occasionally to help run the games club night that we did at school. And he was really inspiring, and got you down there and stuff.
Man. But that was it, like, and the thing was, though, is I don't know why it was, but I've always been totally fine with the fact that I love this nonsense, and I just didn't see the point in hiding it. Like, I was always fine with it, and then when I went to college and started hanging out with the other people that really liked all of this, and, they were all, like, live-action role players, and they were all, like, the goth kids that were all into, like, all the tabletop RPGs, but also the odd Warhammer bit here and there. That was great. And then at uni, I started made a bunch of friends through Warhammer, and then after uni I made even more friends through it, and I've just stuck with it. There has not been a period of the last 26 years, I guess 25, 26 years, that I've not been actively involved in this hobby in some way, shape or form. I think, probably my lightest kind of engagement with the hobby was during the university period, but like to suggest I wasn't in it is not correct. I was playing regularly. And I was going to events back then as well. I'd play weekend tournaments. There was a 40k in 40 minutes event at Warhammer World back in like 2005 that I went to. It was crazy, man. So like, you just sort of, you just like, I've just, been with it ever since, which I suppose is why I do this. But Yeah, I mean, look, 35 years of 40k is an interesting milestone for sure. And it's a fun thing to reflect on. I think, the hobby to me has been so much more than just, the worlds and the, the miniatures and the art. And it's so much more than what just Games Workshop create. It's like what Games Workshop create is a wonderful kind of backdrop and an incredible setting and, rich and engaging world that occupies a lot of my attention. But the thing that keeps me coming back is always the relationships and the camaraderie and the friendships, as it were. That's the thing that's really at the core of it. I think 40k at its heart and soul is all about bringing people together and celebrating, the fact that, you view the world a bit differently, or that you are someone who is a little bit more, I guess, creative in their outlook, because ultimately to engage in a hobby where you have to build and paint little miniatures and then immerse yourself in the fantasy of, fictitious warfare conducted by small bits of plastic and metal being pushed around and dice being rolled is, I mean, there's no better feeling, weirdly. Well, there are probably better feelings, but there are. I find it incredibly engaging to, be there with someone who I've never met before in my life, and to be able to spend a few hours with that person, and in those moments experience all the highs and lows of gameplay, and to, share that kind of delusion, as it were, that we were engaged in this, incredible contest of wits and battle prowess and all this other stuff. But then the stories and the moments that are created through that, it's crazy. And the last thing I will say is the levels I've gone to, or the extent, the things I do to engage with the hobby is always crazy. Like it's like to get games in these days, I often drive hours. I go all over the place. I'm always up for going to see people. If I want to go play with the guys from RFW, I mean, it takes me like a 3-hour round trip to go and do that, but I do that frequently. If I want to go play with yourself, Phil, it's a similar situation. If I want to go to, play games with even Joe, it's like that, and then being involved in the tournament scene down in Bournemouth, as I am currently, I mean, I don't live anywhere flipping near it. It takes me hours to get there, because I got friends there and I like them and I'm engaged with that community, because I think a lot of them. And yeah, that's it really. I just think, 40k for me, whether it's a sad statement or a grim moment of introspection, I suppose, but like, I love it, mate. I think it's, I hope to be engaged with it for many more years to come. And I think that's also why when I deal with things like 9th edition not being as entertaining or as fun as I want it to be, and why that sort of stuff means a lot to me, because, it impacts my social life. This game is bad.
I sort of get that, especially more for you, because I think you're such an active gamer, whereas for me, gaming is like almost secondary to just like the general hobby side of it. But I think, and loads of people have said this year, it's like, even if they don't love the game as it plays, they still love 40k. They love the setting. They love, the audiobooks or the Black Library novels. They love the artwork. They love the fiction that is surrounding it. And they still might love building and painting the miniatures, or even playing the games. So I was just looking to see when Dawn of War came out, because that was 2004. And it's like, around that period, I definitely wasn't playing any 40k. But I played the hell out of Dawn of War 1. Because I absolutely loved that when they expanded it to have Guard in it as well. So it's like I was definitely still doing 40k related stuff that just wasn't necessarily like maybe building models or playing the game. That was for sure. And I think everyone feels that way. It's very hard to get bored of the setting or the universe that we're all enjoying. I mean, I'm sure some people do drop out and they're just like, it's not for me anymore for whatever reason. But I think most
I
people
envy those people.
I feel like most people always get called back, or they're, even now I still meet people who are like, I used to do that as a kid. And they would still be like, but there's still a twinkle in their eye. There's still an interest about getting them back in. Like they like the idea of getting models. And I think loads of people did that during lockdown, which is why 8th was such a popular thing. Well, I think 8th was popular anyway, but I think it was almost cemented because of lockdown. Although,
well, 9th came out
that was more
lockdown.
Yeah. So the end of 8th, start of 9th, right?
Yeah.
And that cemented a lot of people getting back into the hobby for that reason, because it was an excuse to delve back into their past. Yeah, and I think that bit's always going to be the key thing. It's like the fictional world of 40k has so much to it in terms of what it offers. It is people take the mick out of Games Workshop like it's a sort of a copy of loads of other ideas. It's like it's Starship Troopers, it's Terminator, it's Aliens, and it is all of those sort of things, but it's still done in a very unique way that creates a very visceral and really interesting setting that people love, even if it did, especially back in the early days, take tropes, ideas from movies and popular fiction that was going around. Even the concept of orcs and elves being based on Tolkien and stuff. It's it's all kind of stuff that was around, but they've made it their own and put it in a setting that was unique to Games Workshop. And I think that's the trick that they sort of pulled off basically really well, was making something that people could get behind and really invest in. And I mean, that goes to show the thing about the hobby is it isn't just Games Workshop telling us stuff and us consuming it. We're always proactive in the hobby, and in the universe it is as much our hobby as it is theirs. It's about us, as you said, we're all creating something. Everyone's got a bit of imagination to name a model or to create a custom regiment or custom army that they want to do, and you can be as sort of inspired and creative in the hobby as you want. And at the same time, you could just build plastic models and push them around because you don't want to paint them if you really don't want to. People do it just engage on it in that more kind of gaming level and not as creative, maybe.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think it's always just been it's always been great fun. There's always been something really good when you've got something to build towards as well. I remember in the very first instance where I started getting into all of this, me and my friends got obsessed with trying to kind of build forces together to put on a massive gaming extravaganza. That was my first exposure to when you get 4 or 5 players together and bring all sorts of stuff and mash it together, and you realize just how tedious and difficult the game is to play when you've got that many people with that much stuff.
Predating Apocalypse, I guess.
Oh yeah, it was crazy, man. And we were just playing on the living room floor with all this stuff everywhere, and it was just, it was crazy. But look, honestly, I think a lot more can and possibly should be said about the impact that 40k has had on me overall. But I think the thing that's really great is that it's enabled me to be the person I am. I think I think I attribute I am dyslexic, but I feel like I'm able to handle and manage words and numbers far better because of all the time I spend with Warhammer.
Oh, is this a callback to the last episode where we were talking about all the weird words that are in 40k?
Yes, yeah. But this is my point though, right? I feel more able to, manage and handle that aspect of my, dyslexia because of my consistent exposure and enthusiasm for 40k. I feel like it's helped me in my ability to build relationships and to understand people, because I always find it really intriguing that, the only thing that is keeping a game of Warhammer 40,000 alive is our collective agreement for it to continue, and that we both ultimately honor and obey the rules that are ultimately arbitrary, right? It's utter fiction. There is no actual, construct other than our, sole agreement that allows us to proceed in that manner. We have both come to the table accepting that these are the rules of play, but there is no kind of ref or arbitrator that oversees that.
Yeah.
It is a mutual agreement. And I think that has helped me a lot with negotiations and with, communications and all that kind of stuff, because I think at the end of the day, especially when you look at it in a competitive sense, like when you're playing someone and they want to beat you, the fact that you essentially are orchestrating events that they have to agree to that are ultimately not going in their favor. I mean, that's a very interesting, social situation. Not very many people outside of the hobby deal with those kind of disagreements on a regular basis. I do them, most months. Most months I'm sat in a room, disagreeing with people because that's, what we're doing in tournaments and all the rest of it. That's what we're working on. And we're working on our communication skills. We're working on our ability to convey our ideas. We're working on the ability to negotiate and to ultimately bring this thing to life collaboratively while still achieving the desired outcome, which is an interesting social experiment, right? But it's something that I think has been really beneficial to me in other walks of life. And I think that's it, really. It's like, it's a crazy thing, but like I feel like a lot of who I am now is attributable to the hobby. But also I'm really grateful that I'm in a position that I'm able to kind of give back in my little way and produce this. This has been one of the most personally gratifying things I've done in a long time. I'm more passionate about this podcast than I am a great many other things in my life. I think it's something that I really hold dear. And when I get to, engage with and interact with fans of the podcast and ultimately fans of Warhammer, you feel that sort of strong connection with those guys. And it's awesome. I love it. I think it's just a wonderful thing. I just think, I owe a lot to this hobby, I believe. And although that might sound a bit contrived and a bit sort of ridiculous, I sincerely mean it. I really, really love it. And I'm really grateful that I spent the last 26 years of my life so engaged in it, because I think it's only positively enriched my existence, which is a hell of an accolade for what is essentially, spacemen killing aliens and pushing models around a table. But yeah, that's my summary and thoughts on 40k and what it is to me and what 35 years of it means to me in that sense. I'm really grateful that it exists, and I love being part of the community, and I hope that it is with me for many more years to come. But that's my side of it. Phil, what's your vibe?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I sort of have to agree, really. Like, it's always been a strong hobby. I've always found it great for like relaxing. It's always, it's sort of like always something I've had an affinity for. And I'm always going to enjoy it. And even when I wasn't doing it, I sort of was still interested in what was going on with it, even if I wasn't as proactive as I am now. And it is interesting in the last sort of 10 years being really actively engaged in the community. And that sort of coincided with social media becoming really big and how that's impacted on the game and in turn the company. It's very cyclical in terms of... I think Games Workshop give us stuff and then we do stuff with it and then kind of put it back out there. And, whether Games Workshop picks up on that, I think there are elements to it, even down to the point where it's like, everyone's partaken or people have partaken in like their global campaigns that have shaped the world, potentially. But also people come up with really cool conversions and stuff, and that might impact how stuff gets seen, how the lore changes over time as the years go along. I've always thoroughly enjoyed it. The podcast especially as well. That's like taking our hobby to the next level, the hardcore mode of doing stuff for other people. And I think, as you say, it's a good way to give back to the community at large, other than just going, I'm just taking a photo of my models that I've painted. Aren't they pretty?
Yeah. No, I think it's cool, man. I mean, not to kind of try and overly elevate what it is we're doing here, right? I mean, there's a self-serving aspect to it. I mean, there's a part of us deep down, an egotistical kind of nihilistic aspect to doing this.
Speak for yourself.
All right, I will. But yeah, like, I think, for me, certainly there is an element of that, right? Because, I view myself as something of an authority on the topic. So as a result, I feel like my opinions are, insightful, valid, exciting, interesting, illuminating. I think anyone who does this kind of stuff has a degree of that in themselves, even if they don't necessarily wish to acknowledge it. But I think ultimately, it all comes from a place of love in that sense. I think it's because of, the fact that I'm lucky that I am in a position where I get to share this hobby with so many great people. That, I think it's awesome that I get to kind of extend that outwards and share it with people I may never meet or people who may never really know me. Really, it's awesome. It's a good thing is the long and short of it. But 40k is cool. And what's really great is to see that we've arrived at a place where it feels a bit more acceptable, a little bit more, a little less frowned upon to be
less
involved
stigma
in this.
For sure. And I think that's definitely come in the last 10 years with the sort of general rise of kind of geek fandom, like Star Wars being so popular, like Marvel movies dominating the cinema. Generally, geek stuff is cool, right? And I think 40k is still on the fringes of those elements because it is still seen as quite geeky. But as you say, I think it's a lot more widespread, and I think that's in part because probably everyone around 30s and 40s has played 40k or known someone that has done it, or Warhammer or what have you. And I think the younger people are a lot just culturally more aware of it. You got that kind of late 20s, sort of mid 30s probably know it more from the computer games like Dawn of War or Space Marine or something. And then, who knows, people younger than that, how they get into it. But there's definitely seems to be
it's
enough
almost
of them
certainly
around.
the Ultramarines movie that did it all, mate. You're downplaying the impact of Ultramarine.
Oh, quite likely, yeah.
We march from a crag, and we shall know no fear. Classic. All right, well, there we go. I reckon that'll probably do. I'll try and carve something out of that hour and a half of blurb. I'll be interested to see what it turns into when all is said and done. Thank you very much for listening to our thoughts on 35 years of 40k. Closing statement, Phil?
You put me on the spot. No, there isn't any. No.
Thank you very much for listening to our closing thoughts on 35 years of 40k. Transitional noise. All right, everyone. In this part of the podcast, I'm going to talk about the London Grand Tournament. Though not on my own, obviously. I'm going to converse with my good buddy Phil, who wasn't even there. How you doing, Phil?
Exactly. I forgot all about it. I had a casual intention of maybe going to the doubles, because you obviously went with old Garfield, Tommy from Rapid Fire Wargaming, and then me and Richie were considering it back in, I think, January or something, and then we just were like, nah, maybe not, and then forgot, and then you guys said, oh, we're doing it this weekend, and I was like, I'm definitely not doing it then. I forgot all about it.
That is essentially as it went, to be fair. I mean, to be honest with you, it snuck up on me too. I had completely forgotten that we had agreed to do it. And I submitted my list to Tommy under duress. He basically contacted me a couple weeks ago on a Friday and went, Dan, we have to submit our lists. What you got? And I was like, oh, what are you taking? He's like, I'm going to bring Tau. And I was like, all right, I guess I'll take Drakari, because I recently played a doubles with Richie. Well, I say recently, a little whiles ago, at Warhammer World. We may have talked about it on this podcast. So I was like, well, I practically got a 1,000-point doubles list of Drakari waiting in the wings. I'll just take that, and then we're all good. So with a few little tweaks, sent that off to Garfield. Didn't think about it again. The day of the event comes round, Drakari and Tau. What could go wrong? But before we get into all of that, I don't know whether it's worth just talking more generally about the event, talking about things that transpired over the weekend of the London Grand Tournament and stuff of interest.
Let us know what you thought about it. What happened? What went down?
What went down? Well, first of all, actually, what I should do, just spoilers, right? Just to get my brags out of the way. You know, I can officially say now, Phil, that I came second at the London Grand Tournament. Isn't that exciting?
That is pretty impressive.
I know, that is a factually accurate statement. Yes, it was in the doubles, but it doesn't make the statement any less true.
Did you go undefeated as well?
I went both undefeated and came second place at the London Grand Tournament. Doubles.
That is amazing.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you don't need to tell people it was doubles. You can just say undefeated and that you came second.
I haven't fact-checked this yet, but if it is that the same medals were awarded to the winners of the doubles tournament and the winners of the overall tournament, then it would be wonderful to just go around wearing my silver medallion, my silver medal, and further kind of aggravating that whole, statement, going around and basically gloating. That'd be beautiful, wouldn't it? But probably not. I don't think I necessarily need to do that, except that is the perfect reason to do it, isn't it? It's just to aggravate those that know better.
Because you can.
Exactly, because I can. And that's the thing, you can't take it away from me, Phil. I've come second in the London Grand Tournament. Doubles.
Yes.
Anyway, look, that's, spoilers for what lies ahead. Let's talk about the event. So, London Grand Tournament was is it Lee Valley? Lee Valley, I think it's called. Lee Valley Athletics Centre. So never has a less athletic weekend been demonstrated within those fine, hallowed halls. Although, to be fair, some would argue, and I would agree with them, that playing that many games of Warhammer 40,000 is a feat of mental and physical fortitude. I think...
Yeah, because if you go on to qualify for the finals, I think you play 10 games in total.
Well, and if you do the invitationals, so if you are someone who is able to play in the kind of coveted invitational slots, you play more games even still. So I think it's something crazy like 14 games of 40k can be played if you're going to play in the invitational and you're going to play in the singles. It's mind-boggling.
Or you, because in theory you could do the doubles and the singles, because that's what you did last year, right?
Yeah, so if you do the doubles and the singles, then you're looking at a potential 11 games, I suppose, if you go all the way to the final. But obviously very few people are able to make it all the way to the final or come second, which I hear is an impressive feat. I hope people will understand that I'm being ironic in that. I remember when I was lucky enough to have won a Warhammer World Grand Tournament, one of the comments on our YouTube was something like, "Oh, this guy, so arrogant." I was like, oh, whoops.
Correct.
Yeah, no, that is true. To be fair, he saw right through me. Anyway, the point is that... Oh, and by the way, I'm a bit snotty still from going out into the world. I had a bit of a sniffles afterwards, so if you can hear that...
post Warhammer Lurg that you get from
it.
Just interacting with the masses.
That's it, the con flu, as they call them in some circles. So yeah, if you can hear a little bit of a kind of lurginess to my voice, I apologise. But look, yeah, the event itself. So basically, it took place over 4 days. I was only actually able to attend the one, so obviously a lot of what I'm going to say is heavily caveated by the fact that I was there for 1 day. But, you got a good impression of the venue, the vibe, the general overall kind of organisation of it. So hopefully my account will be somewhat accurate of what others experienced. Noting obviously that I can't have had the exact same experience as everybody else. There's a great many things.
Only you and one other person came second.
That's
the
it.
doubles.
That's
no
it.
one else could have done that
in the doubles. That's right. The revolving joke. But yeah, no. So but there was also a lot of stuff that was kind of, spoken about online, things that you heard about. I had a lot of friends in attendance who went to the whole event, so I got a lot of accounts from them. So I've got a good feel for the general vibe of it, I think. But yeah, it was 4 days. The first day playing host to a series of 1-day RTTs. So essentially they broke down like everyone into their own little RTT groups, and various people on the Friday played 3 games of Warhammer 40,000 in an RTT format, and that was viewed as a kind of like warm-up session for the weekend ahead. So if you were really serious about your 40k fun times, you got to do your RTT on the Friday. And they actually crowned winners for the RTTs. They had a little ceremony for the 8 different RTT winners. So that was really cool. So that all happened on the Friday, as well as the doubles, as well as some of the Song of Ice and Fire game that was going on. There was a lot of players there for Song of Ice and Fire, which is the game based on the
Game of Thrones.
The Game of Thrones and Song of Ice and Fire book series. Very popular, it seems. It turns out I knew a bunch of people who were both organising and playing in that event. Lots of people who frequented the Windsor store back in the early 2010 period, who were huge into fantasy. They seem to have shifted over to A Song of Ice and Fire, and they seem to be loving it. So it was really cool to see those guys and be like, oh, hey, I haven't seen you in ages. Where you been? And they've been like, oh, Warhammer wasn't much fun after fantasy died. Age of Sigmar's not for me, but I love this. So they were really hyped about that, which is cool. Obviously, they had Age of Sigmar there as well in a much smaller capacity. But yeah, I mean, it was like a whole, gaming celebration of all things Games Workshop and or other hobby systems. Not a great showing for anything outside of the kind of confines of Games Workshop other than A Song of Ice and Fire. Again, having not been there on the Saturday, Sunday, I don't know necessarily what kind of showing they had for games like Bolt Action or maybe Blood Bowl. Those things weren't present on the Friday. But it would be nice to know that there was that kind of support there also. But it wouldn't shock me, given the levels of logistics, that they just double down on 40k AOS and then probably sprinkle in the odd kind of special interest game. Which obviously in this instance seemingly was Song of Ice and Fire, which is cool. So yeah, anyway, so the venue, it's, the Lee Valley Athletics Centre. I'll be honest with you, I get the vibe that they do it there, and obviously it's an easy, blasé statement to make, but it's an adequate size, it's a good facility with good parking and amenities, obviously. They put on food, they do all the stuff they do, but you're able to access like Deliveroo. There's Tesco's and other things really nearby. Parking is free, or at least it was when you're there for that event. It's a really well situated and well orchestrated venue in the way that it functions. It is good, but it definitely feels like not the natural place for a big Warhammer tournament. It seems a little bit absurd that a big Warhammer tournament takes place in the center of a track, as it were. It's kind of an interesting vibe.
Yeah, I guess that's in part because costs in London are just really expensive, and actually a lot of the old kind of exhibition event centres have actually closed down. So I think it's just a limit of space basically that makes it difficult to find suitable venues to do it.
Well, I think it's twofold. I think there are still obviously event spaces in London that can facilitate it, but obviously not in a cost-effective manner. And I think that's the reality of it, right? We all like to make a big song and dance out of the fact that, there's thousands of players there, you know, Zach, the guy who organises the London Grand Tournament, he must be rolling in money. He just must be making thousands, as it were. But I mean, once you start factoring in all the various costs, hiring a venue for many days, all the kind of, you know, work that goes into kind of dressing it, or, you know, building up all the tables, transporting everything, getting the staff in, you know, I can't imagine the margins are that high on it, although I imagine he does okay for himself, otherwise he wouldn't keep doing it. But I definitely imagine that the reason that they go there is because, you know, if they don't happen to have a track and field event on, I can't imagine the Lee Valley Athletic Centre is being inundated with opportunities to host other events outside of the purview of sporting events, you know? It's like, it feels like a very, you know, functional venue in that sense. So, yeah, on those instances where there are no track and field or, you know, 100 meters or whatever other athletic contests taking place, I imagine that they've got a reasonable amount of availability, and as such, because of low demand, aren't necessarily looking to charge a fortune. So it's a reasonable compromise. And I'll tell you what, revisiting the venue this year, I thought it was, you know, it was good. It's difficult to isolate what it was that was better about it this time, but it just felt like it ran smooth. Things were a little bit more ironed out in terms of production, and the overall kind of feel of it just felt evolved based on what we'd experienced in 2021. I think they'd obviously...
Was it not as hot?
Certainly not on the Friday. I can't speak to what it was like on the Saturday, Sunday, but I would imagine that possibly not. Although, you know, it wasn't... I'll be honest, actually, it was really cozy. It was like never uncomfortable. It's like, you know, you could be in there in a t-shirt and jeans. You didn't really ever massively feel the heat. I mean, you know, towards the end, I put a jacket back on. But yeah, it didn't really ever get particularly too warm this time around. So that was good. Yeah, look, I think, you know, in terms of the venue, the food was fine. I mean, you know, nothing extraordinary. I tried some of the stuff they had on site, some pizza, but at the same time, I ended up just ordering a Wendy's from Deliveroo because I've not ever tried a Wendy's before. And I was like, ooh, Wendy's sounds exciting. Reasonable chicken nuggets. Not quite McDonald's-like, but, you know, not the spicy McNugs. My God, those are God tier. But the Wendy's went well. So yeah, look, I mean, it's really difficult to elaborate any more than is necessary, right? The venue works. It's functional. They've ironed out a lot of the problems that they had the first time. The food selection is better. The way they manage it is better. It's just what it was last year, but better.
What are the tables like, and also the spacing between tables? So, did you have a little sideboard,
no.
or were you crammed in like last time?
Yes, yeah, like you are still crammed in. That is an unfortunate reality of the logistics of what they're doing, right? Like, you can't escape the fact that you know, thousands of gamers occupy that space, and, you know, tables are money, both to put them there and obviously to fill them up with players. So the idea of having dead space, I can understand, isn't necessarily a commercially savvy decision.
Well, it might be dead space for them, but it is a practical sideboard for the gamers, as well as you know, comfort space in terms of not being crammed in next to, especially when it comes to like the actual space between the tables in terms of front and back, right? So you bumping cheeks with the person behind you constantly, because I remember doing that quite a bit last year. Yeah,
that's fair. It didn't ever really feel too oppressive, right? Like, I mean, I've played a lot of Warhammer at events now, so I've gotten very good at kind of being spatially aware in those instances, and, you know, knowing where to be.
You just normally get used to it, don't you?
Exactly. But again, I was playing the doubles, and as a result, you know, I occupied half the space that I would otherwise have access to, right?
True.
So
extra comfy.
I mean, especially when you're hugged up next to Tommy. He's a cuddly boy, so you know, Yeah, look, but I think, in all seriousness, it never felt really that terrible. But yeah, it's clear that there is issues with regards to the amount of space or the amount of space that there isn't. But they provide chairs. Obviously, there's ample space under the table. You just need to be prepared for that reality. I think Warhammer World has gotten to a place now where, by virtue of their kind of mat design and by virtue of the space that they occupy and the quantities of players that they have in attendance, they're able to facilitate, a meaningful sideboard. But yeah, I don't ever go into these things expecting that as the norm. And they certainly didn't, alter my perception of that reality, as it were. But yeah, it's a good point to bring up, and certainly something that that does impact the overall kind of vibe, as it were, for these events. But I thought it was still fine regardless. But yeah, it's not the best in that regard. But what can you do? I suppose maybe if they were to, it'd be lovely, wouldn't it, if they had like with fields, they have the furlough ones, don't they? They have the ones that aren't growing that year, so as they can be used in future years. Maybe, a row of tables in between each one that was sort of like there for people to put their stuff on in between areas or whatever, or maybe like a nice kind of checkerboard type arrangement where there is sort of space either side. But again, obviously that impacts the amount of people you can get in and how that works. But anyway, they ran it over 4 days. You had the Friday, which was mostly casual, but also incorporate a lot of RTTs and the rest of it. And I don't necessarily feel like many of the people playing in the doubles were necessarily playing super, super casual. I certainly didn't feel that way, given the fact that this is the London Grand Tournament. We are using the kind of ITC style rules packs and, situational scenarios, and the terrain is fixed and everything is kind of done in the same way as the main event. It's just that you happen to have a partner stood next to you. So yeah, but yeah, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, believe it or not, was the whole kind of singles thing. So on the Monday, they did another day on the Monday where basically the top 8 players played each other on the Monday to determine the overall winner, which is crazy because essentially now, if you want to win the London Grand Tournament, you have to basically be prepared to not go back to work on a Monday, which is an extraordinary variable, if you ask me. Like, I think that is... It's a definite flaw in this competitive system that to host a massive event, we need to be able to have this third day. But obviously, there's just not enough time in said weekend.
Yeah, it's the same format as LVO, right? The big,
is it?
The grand. Well, I think they do it slightly differently, where they start the games on Friday.
Yeah.
And the final is, because I think the final, where it is the top 8 or 12 or whatever it is for the LVO, play each other on the Sunday. So they effectively shift it 1 day forwards as opposed to 1 day back. And I'm pretty sure they do a similar thing in terms of, I think it's also when it comes to logistically with the sheer number of players, because it's like a 700 odd player event, you're going to have a ton of people that have all won every single one of their games. And that is, was it for, I think like 7 games? Because I think they do, is it like 4 Saturday, 3 Sunday, and then another 3 or 4 on Monday if you do qualify.
So it's 3-2, 3-2-4, I think is the way it goes. Because 8 becomes 4, 4 becomes 2. Oh no, so it must be 3-2-3 would be the way it goes. Yeah.
So it's a bit mad, but I can sort of understand it, and they wanted to, they want to compete with the LVO, and you will be in terms of at least ITC points, I guess, based on the number of people attending. It means you do need the extra day, which is, as you say, it's quite hardcore, but at the same time, most people will go knowing that they won't qualify, just by sheer virtue of the number of people that are attending. I mean, there will be people going hoping to or expecting to qualify, and if you're at that level, maybe you will.
Yeah. It just creates an interesting dilemma, doesn't it? In the sense that, like, to me now more than ever, it feels like, the casual or even kind of happy-go-lucky 40k player really doesn't have a chance anymore, in the sense that even if you could get it done, you got to have so much flexibility in your scheduling to be able to facilitate it. It's like literally like the only people who are going the distance of the LVO now, or sorry, the LGT, are the people who can, take the time off, and have that kind of flexibility in their scheduling, as it were. I mean, obviously, I imagine there's many people who will, take the Monday off to recover from the weekend. But, if you're having to travel, say if you've come down from like Birmingham to go play in the London Grand Tournament and you're planning on going all the way, you got to have that hotel for Sunday night. Otherwise,
that's the weirdest thing. If you're traveling and you're hoping to qualify, you've got to, as you say, have an extra day for the Monday as in a hotel. But then if you don't qualify, you spend an extra like 80 to 100 quid probably on a hotel.
Oh, and the rest,
you don't really need for that evening. Yeah. And this, I mean, ideally what it should be is those people that qualify get put up by the
and maybe
LGT.
That's what happens. I mean, obviously I've not done it, so I don't know, right? But maybe that is what happens. So let's not
that would make the most sense. Albeit that would obviously be an extra cost, but
Yeah, but that's, again, it feels like a necessary one, right? So I suppose that's the thing. I suppose if the organisers go, the top 8 we've booked rooms for, so the top 8 get treated well fancy and get to go and stay in like Holiday Inn. Maybe not. Maybe they get like the finest suite. They'll take them to one of the posh ones down proper London way. I forget the names of them. The ones where the celebrities go. The hundreds of thousands of pounds a night.
Like the Marylebone ones and stuff like that.
Yeah, those ones. Yeah. I've forgotten all the names of them. They'll go to the Bulgari. That's a hotel, isn't it? Yeah, they'll go to the Bulgari. Okay. Yeah, there you go. I think that's one. I think they're also a jewellery brand. I forget. Anyway, it doesn't matter. So they do that and then they win. But crazy, man. Like, I just think as well, though, you look at the caliber of guys that made it through to the finals this time around. Yeah, there's no slouches in it. It's tough going in competitive 40k now. It is I don't think just anyone can make it to the top. I think even the funny thing is some of the names in 40k, the people who, trade off of the fact that they are, air quotation marks, the best at 40k, most of them don't even get in. That's the joke of it. It's like, it's really tough now. It's hard going. So, I think being consistently good in this game is hard. So a lot of respect to the guys who do it. I've acknowledged on many occasions that I am out of that race. I don't see the value anymore in trying to be good at 40k, but I've got a lot of respect for those who are interested in that. And I think, at the end of the day, fair play to everyone who made it through to the top 8, and obviously especially well done to the guys who won it. I don't know who they are. I should have probably taken more interest. I tried to watch the streams that they put out on Facebook, but the quality was shocking. So I just gave up.
Well, I got the impression that they didn't actually live stream.
They did the finals, the final 8.
They didn't do anything else but the finals. I'm just trying to see if
And they were very, very cognizant of letting the people know that they were needing to obviously not, be Rudy Poos.
Yeah. That's true. Unlike last year. So the winner was Alexandra Sacco.
Oh, well done, Alexandra Sacco.
And he did it with Emperor's Children.
I heard that the Emperor's Children are redonkulous. That was the hot goss of the weekend. Them Emperor's Children, my lord, they are pretty strong.
With Abaddon in there as well, though. So not.
Well, yeah, but Abaddon could go in because Supreme Commander.
Yeah. Well, yes, exactly. Yeah. Lots of Noise Marines, Chaos Terminators, lots of cultists.
It's the fight on death stuff, as I understand it, that really gives them their edge. The fact that they just keep coming at you even after you kill them is nothing short of frustrating. So
yeah. And I think the interesting thing is actually the finals had a really diverse makeup of the people that were actually playing, right, in terms of factions. So there was a decent breakdown.
I genuinely believe that even though I think this game is silly at the moment, I do still think it is moderately balanced amongst itself. I think there are a lot of interesting lists and a lot of room for creativity, and I think people with this rule set can do a lot of really mad stuff. But the problem is that a lot of it resides within a lot of layers of crazy, and it's just a little bit too impenetrable now because of the amounts of it. None of it is necessarily as broken as what Leagues of Votann was, and we've already spoken about the fact that, or we're about to speak about, depends where I put it in the running order, I suppose. We're talking about how Games Workshop have taken steps to address leagues, but the point is that, yes, NIDs are crazy, but there are things that can deal with them. Yes, Emperor's Children are very strong, but they weren't extraordinarily strong to the point that, people with Emperor's Children weren't losing to other players. Tau are very strong still. There's a lot of variety out there still within it. It certainly is in a healthier place now than it was this time last year, when it was just heavily dominated by, Iron Hand and Death Watch Dreadnoughts facing off against Adeptus Mechanicus, right? That was basically the game in October of 21. It was all Adeptus Mechanicus for the win, basically. So we're in a slightly better slot than that, but I think, again, my issues with competitive 40k or just 40k as a rule set at the moment is just the bloat and the ongoing madness of it. But again, I will say it again, love that Demon Book. That Demon Book is a beautiful step in the right direction. They have done a very good job with that book of making it feel much less bloated, which is something we maybe didn't celebrate enough in the last episode. But I genuinely think that Chaos Demons book is a really beautiful piece of work. So if they continue in that vein, I'm going to be very happy with 40k very soon. But for now, I'm just a bit like, oh God, come on now. Anyway. So that was sort of the running of it. There was a few moments of controversy throughout the weekend. Obviously, they didn't stream. It's rumoured that was to do with the fact that the stream went out with the voiceovers of the players last year, and people viewed that negatively. So there was the finals where the Death Watch Dreadnoughts faced off against the AdMech, and basically the game was over in less than 30 minutes, and it was essentially deemed a kind of negative representation of the game of 40k. So this year they didn't do live streaming, but obviously they made up for that by doing some live streaming in the air quotations final. Well, not air quotations, the actual finals. So yeah, what was your vibe on that, Phil, that they didn't do it? Because I missed Honest Wargamer. I have to be honest, I loved Honest Wargamer's coverage in 2021. It was one of the actual highlights of it. I know you actually flagged Honest Wargamer's coverage of it as a bit of a potential negative, if I remember. But I remember defending it at the time and being like, no, mate, come on. You got to consider what he's doing and what they're trying to produce there.
Full respect to what Rob does, completely.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I think my point was that personally, I just find tournament streams quite boring. And
yes, that was it.
And one of it was just the top-down camera angle.
Yes.
I just find just really annoying. Although weirdly, that was actually fixed when they did, not by Rob, I don't think, but in the LVO streams, they had a cameraman going round to give you kind of model ID shots side on. and that actually made it a lot more engaging. And actually having another camera, I think, from sort of a bit of a view behind, so you saw the actual players as well. It's not just the models, and you see them sort of in profile, leaning over, playing the game, almost as if you were just like there watching them. And I found those elements, and we talked about it in that episode, where it's a lot more production, right? You need at least a camera on a tripod, as well as the camera pointing down, as well as a guy going around as a roving reporter style cameraman. It's like that's a lot more effort to do, but I found that a lot more engaging when I watched those a couple of those LVO streams. I think Rob's coverage was really good as a host, and I think he's obviously very knowledgeable. I quite enjoyed actually having the mics on and hearing the chat. In part, that was just because it sort of lifts the veil behind what actually goes on. Yeah, and although saying that, I think the disappointing thing is a lot of them didn't come across as very good professionals or advocates for the game, because they're just like swearing constantly or making jabs at each other, which I don't think you should necessarily be doing, but I get the in air quotes lads bounce that people like to do, but that's not for me, and not really something I necessarily want when I'm streaming a game. Or if you're trying to elevate 40k into an esport, I don't think that particularly helps, and I think those are my sort of general issues with it. When I watched all of 10 seconds of the final today, I just looked at it and gone, oh, what an awful table, and then I switched off. Purely because it's just like lots of really boring L-shaped, not quite cardboard, like MDF terrain. It just looked very uninspiring, but obviously that's what tournament people expect, and to an extent enjoy, because it's practical. But to me, it's not very immersive, and that is 90% of the enjoyment of a game of 40k is what it should be about, is telling that story and telling that narrative. Yeah, you can do that on a competitive level, but you can still do these other things, right? You could still, for the final, you could have still had an amazing looking but practical board that would have been really engaging. But I think for live streaming, quite often it's like, let's just go for practicality and ease of making something very visually clear where models are, making the terrain easy to see and understand. So therefore they maybe don't want something as fussy, which streamlines it down to relatively sort of boring MDF a lot of the time.
I've got to be honest though, yeah, I think I absolutely take on board your point that the boards definitely didn't look great. I mean, I'll say this much: I didn't take a single photo of my games on the doubles, just because, you know, I played against some good-looking armies, but yeah, the kind of environment that you play in doesn't necessarily inspire. You know, it doesn't really render the same kind of awe-inspiring moments. But I just have that problem with mats in general. I don't know. Again, I keep coming back to it. I know the Realm of Battle boards were terrible. I know they were, but they look nice, and I can't quite get over that.
Well, it's I guess that's like templates as well. It's like they were a bit annoying to use, but there was still something intrinsically fun about them at the same time.
Yeah, there really was. Like I know it's contrived, but it is that thing where it's just like, yeah, just that little bit of extra three-dimensional detail just elevates it. And that's the problem I have with the mats, is just it's the two-dimensional nature.
I've been using the Games Workshop cardboard mats recently just to play at home, because it fits perfectly on the table. Yeah. And they're actually really nice. Like they're very good quality, and they sort of fold out and they're very flat. I actually think they are more visually appealing than neoprene mats. I think there's a certain quality to neoprene mats because they're soft and squishy, and your dice bounce around on them. Just, I don't know, there's something I just don't like about them. And they don't, I think visually the print doesn't sit as well in terms of seeing actually the detail that's been printed on. It doesn't look as good as when it's on cardboard like the Games Workshop stuff. But I can understand the practicality of the mat, like you roll it out, it's done, there's no folds or creases. Whereas with the cardboard ones, when you fold them out, you've still got some lines where, you know, the folds have been and stuff. Or you're joining two together because you need two for a full-size board, I think. Or maybe four. Two, yeah. I don't think if it goes up to 150 or more. Maybe
I
it's
think
just
I
two.
think it is just 2 together. Yeah.
Yeah.
That gets it done. Anyway, yeah. So yeah, that's it in terms of that. But it would have been really cool if they had done some like cool boards for the final games, but they hadn't. And that is what it is. But yeah, look. So there you go. There's that. Definitely, sincerely missed Rob and the Honest Wargamer, though. I think, it's a shame that they're no longer, or seemingly weren't involved anyway this year in it, because I definitely felt like they added something last year, even if it's just the energy of having those guys on site and having them there streaming and being involved in the conversation around it. I think, credit where credit's due to those guys. They really do add some gravitas to the overall proceedings.
And I also feel like they're sort of being reporters for the day, and you're covering. They're like the source to go to for kind of covering all the gossip, I guess, as well, or the controversial stuff that might appear during the course of the day, because they no doubt touch on them. And instead, you don't get that, and the fact that you don't have live streaming at what is essentially probably, a non-American event being the biggest one in the world. Probably after like LVO, right? It's a bit odd that they decided to not do it for whatever reason.
Yeah, it is strange, but there we go. So that's that in terms of the live streaming component of it. So that wasn't there, at least not until the end, and then what was there was quite low quality. But again, they tried their best on that front. Some weird instances with some players. I really can't be bothered to get into it, but yet again, it's just sort of interesting, isn't it? That often, again, there can never just be one of these events where everything just runs smoothly and no one comes away from it going, "Oh, this happened." But yeah, some nonsense happened with some players in different instances where people couldn't agree scores, or people couldn't, had frustrations with the TOs and things of that nature, right? And I get it, because it's frustrating and stuff happens. But it's just always disappointing when you see that stuff going on, because you're just like, okay.
Yeah, the two I saw basically had different experiences with the TO, whereas one was very strict and scored a game 0 points because they couldn't agree on the score, and then the other one, someone had effectively timed out on the clock, but refused to stop playing, which was what the TO had said, and the TO had just sort of left the table without resolving the issue, which is the issue with
Can
that
I say
one.
that latter one, though, I feel like that is a mistake on the TO's part. You should just stay there and resolve it, right? Like, if he did genuinely just walk away, just go and, leave him to it, it's not a good look. But, at the same time...
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, like the TOs, if they've been called over to resolve an issue, they should, especially one where someone's being confrontational or not agreeing with the TO's decision, then the TO should use their sort of authority to, discipline that person, whether that's,
discipline them.
Well, it's whether they do like a card system, yellow card, red card, or whether they're just going, okay, cool, you don't get any points for this game if you're not going to agree by my decision, like that sort of thing. Which is clearly what happened in the first game, right? Where they were like, okay, cool, you've got 20 minutes to agree upon a score. Oh, you've run over the clock again and you've still not agreed. Okay, 0 points. Like, it seems like harsh but fair, I think, is, and I think most people seem to come away with like, well, that was the right thing to do, right? That wasn't, you can't just let people spend way more time than every other player trying to work something out.
No, totally agree. Anyway, so rather than all that nonsense, let's talk about my fun experiences of playing games of Warhammer 40,000 alongside old Tommy Boy. Coming second place at the London Grand Tournament, that's me, Silver Champ. Which reminds me of a time when I was watching an old episode of Blue Peter back in the 90s, and they got some Olympic medalists to come on to talk about their accomplishments at whatever the Olympics were of the era. And one of the silver medalist winners had the gall to exclaim that they were happier with their silver medal because in terms of it, because the silver medal was actual silver and had a greater monetary value in terms of its raw materials than its gold equivalent. And I thought, what a beautiful way to
Nice.
That's
definitely not the Blue Peter spirit.
No, well, that wasn't the Blue Peter presenters. It was just during like an interview with an Olympian who was justifying how his silver was a greater accomplishment due exclusively to the value of the minerals that made it. Anyway, so me and Tom rocked up. Truth be told, we hadn't read the pack at all. Like I said at the start of this, I submitted my list to him under duress. He said to me, Dan, this is my best Tom impression, Dan, Geezer, how's it going, Geezer, how do you, right, I want to go noisy, mate.
When does he not want to go, in his words, noisy?
He loves it, mate. He loves it.
A bit of filth, a bit of cheese.
Yeah, he loves giving it the gusto, which is fine. Look, he wanted to try hard. I was a bit like, look, mate, whatever. What do you want to do? And he was like, well, this is my list. He sent it to me. It was like some free Riptides, 1 unit of warriors, 1 unit of drones, and an ethereal. I was like, all right, cool, yeah, fine. Here's some Drakari. Here's Drazar. Here's a homunculus. Here's 2 units of warriors. 1 unit of super racks that I always forget how you pronounce, but they start with an H. Here's 1 unit of grotesques. And here's 3 raiders. Bosh. Done. That was my army list. 1,000 points on the nose in a battalion. Yeah, all pretty groovy on that side of things. But upon rocking up at the event, we discovered that we may have made a blunder. So, first blunder was the fact that actually my army wasn't a battalion, but 2 patrols. And apparently we were only allowed 1 detachment each. I hadn't read that. So I was like, well, it's fine.
Oops.
My army very quickly just becomes 1 battalion, and that's as straightforward as it needs to be. Just go, because I happen to take 3 troop choices anyway. So it's fine. To be honest with you, it would have just become 1 patrol just as easily as well, but as it was, no worries. So that was easy enough to resolve, albeit having to talk to the TO. Bear in mind, it was quite funny. So we came up to our first game. I was driving there frantically. I arrived with moments to spare. I literally got in as the first game was starting. Tommy and our opponents were at the table. I literally rush in. I'm like, oh my God, hello. And we start talking. And they go, oh, can we talk through your list and the rest of it? I'm like, yeah, sure. This is it. This is my Drakari. This is Tom's Tau. This is my list. And he goes, oh yeah, so it's one detachment per player. And I'm like, right, okay. Oh God, I wish I'd read this pack. I just assumed this would be fine. I thought
this is Tournament 101
Yes.
is always read the rule pack. Which I find most amusing is Garfield Tommy runs his own tournaments for rapid fire wargaming ones, and you are a TO at other tournaments. It's like, of all the people to know that you should read a rule pack, should be you two. Really, we
definitely know. It just doesn't mean we know any better. Is probably the way it goes. Anyway, the long story short is that I hadn't read it, and the guy was, and I just, what I had read of it, which was very little, or what I'd inferred from what people had said was that you just need to bring a legal 2,000 point army or 1,000 point army. So I was like, all right, I'll just bring a 1,000 point army, and then we just smush them together, right? You bring whatever. He's bringing Tau, I'll bring Drakari. Who cares? Turns out, the tournament organisers cared. So not only did I have the problem of turning up with a double patrol, which I wasn't allowed, turns out me and Tommy couldn't actually tag team with each other because he was Tau and I was Drakari. And according to this pack that we hadn't read, we were supposed to have a keyword that binded us. So there was supposed to be a faction keyword that could bind us. And we're like, well, there's nothing, is there? So I'm saying to the TO at the start, I'm like, well, that's us done then, innit? I guess we'll concede to these guys and then we'll, I don't know, play like the low rank guys and they'll just get automatic wins or something, or we can just be disqualified and go home, or you know, I've probably got enough Drakari in my case that we could maybe make a 2,000 point Drakari army, and Tom's got enough Tau, he could probably make a 2,000 point Tau army. What do you want us to do? And the guy was like, hang on a second, I'll figure this out. Because obviously in his head, he's going, oh, Jesus, I've literally at the perfect amount of players right now. I've got no one to cover this if this goes wrong. We can't just, like, kill this straight away. There must, you know, this doesn't seem too bad. Plus, obviously on the doubles, it's viewed as a more casual event within the LGT running.
Although, and it's a bit harsh but understandable to just say to you guys like, oh yeah, you just can't play, right? That's like not a fun experience for anyone. And I guess if it was like a full-on, like the proper tournament, like I guess you would have been disqualified. I mean, you might 100%. Still be able to play, but you'd probably get 0 points or something like that. So
yeah. But we honestly, like, I'm not lying when I say this. I mean, Tom was not happy with me as I was saying it. I was literally, I was pleading with him to disqualify me. I was like, go on, just disqualify. It's fine. It's absolutely fine. I've TO'd events. This is not acceptable. I'll fix it. What do you want? You got 3 options. 1, you disqualify us. 2, we submit a new list of just 100% Tau or 100% Drakari. You can pick which one of those that is. Or we can play all our games, and all of our opponents we're randomly given will just win. You know, it's like, how do you want to do it? The easiest option seems to be option 1 or 2, but we can do 3. And then they found a 4th option, which was that, well, they're both Xenos, aren't they? So that's a keyword. And I was like, I don't think it is a keyword, mate. I don't think there is a Xenos keyword. And he's like, no. I feel like there is. Xenos is a faction keyword, isn't it? I'm like, no, I'm not sure it is, mate. I'm pretty sure it isn't. And he was like, no, I reckon you're all right. Xenos. And we're like, all right. And then
I mean, it would make sense if it was.
But it definitely
is. Obviously, you get Imperium, you get Chaos, but you're right. I don't think Xenos is a
it's
faction
not.
keyword.
It's definitely not.
They have their own individual ones, basically.
But in the heat of the moment, that's the decision he rendered. I was like, mate, you sure? I can just as easily quit. It's fine. I don't need to do it. It's no problem. Because again, like, without being ridiculous about it and without sounding flippant about this stuff, I don't really care that much, you know? It's like, it's not the end of the world to me. I'm enjoying being there. I'm going to enjoy playing games. I don't need to win. Like, you know, it's fine. I'll just take the L. But they cleared it up. They spoke it amongst themselves, the TOs. They all agreed, no, it's fine.
I guess it's like the path of least resistance. Like, it's probably more effort for them to try and make you do another list, especially when the first game started, right? Imagine you've got to like suddenly write a new list and then play. You'll be like a couple of turns behind everyone else.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily fair on your opponent either. Whereas,
and I can't remember their names, and I feel really bad. I doubt they're listening, but if they are, obviously, thank you very much for an incredible game. You know who you are. They were playing Nurgle Demons. The nicest, most chilled out, wonderful people to play game 1. Super lovely. And just totally chill. They were like, yeah, whatever. It was fine. Just run it. We don't care. And I think that is the only reason why we were allowed to carry on.
Oh, well, that's
because they were totally chill about it. And then the opponents we played game 2 were totally chill about it. Because we asked them at the start. We were like, is this cool? Just so you know. Well, yeah, we don't care. And same thing with game 3. And there's an irony to game 3 that I'll get to in a second. But basically, yeah, so game 1, so that's basically full disclosure. We may have mucked up. We definitely mucked up. We just got away with it. And the only reason why that's a thing is because we came second. And I would accept and appreciate anyone who suggests that we were cheating, because we kind of were. We were, you know, but not intentionally. And, you know, whether you believe me or not when I say that is entirely up to you, but that was how that went.
I mean, it's an odd one, because I don't think that stipulation was in place last year.
Wasn't last year, and it's never been at any other doubles tournament I've ever gone to. Normally, doubles is built in a really kind of flexible, free way that you can do whatever you want, combo whatever with whatever. Boosh. But if you combo things that have natural synergies, then you get to exploit those. So it's you know, if you take Imperial Guard and I take Ultramarines and I put Gilliman in, your Imperial Guard get the reroll 1s from Gilliman, because that's a thing that happens. Like, that's a native benefit that we could build in with inbuilt synergies. But equally, if I bring something that has no synergy, then that's on me. And that's kind of where we went with it. But anyway, sorry, you were saying, Phil.
Well, just that, it makes sense that you would do, because I think even last year there was a lot of people that just happened coincidentally to have like Space Marines and Space Marines. Like, that's what me and Richard had. That's what our first opponent had. Our last opponents were like double chaos, because that just themes well together. But I don't think there was a strict thing in place forcing people to do that. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that, you might have some slight benefit because, you're plugging the weaknesses of Tom's army with yours, in terms of, he's a very shooty army. You can therefore be like a close combat army, and you've got the best of both worlds that way that other players won't have. Well, the interesting thing is, as well, to deviate onto my own story, Richard and me, if we were going to do it, we were going to redo our Gaz and Yarrick team up, which technically we wouldn't have been able to do in the event pack. So having read that, I'd have gone, no, I'm not doing it because I can't do that. But then if you had gone and done it anyway, I was like, oh, well, we could have gone, right? So that's the only downside about that sort of thing, is you were able to do something that technically it would have put me off from actually going, had I even bothered to remember to buy tickets, which I didn't.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, right? It's funny because a lot of the time, obviously, we talk about these little moments that occur in these events and things, and obviously we talk about mistakes that are made and the nature of these kind of tournaments and whether people are trying to take advantage or bend the rules or whatever. And, certainly in this instance, I wasn't trying to, but I did. But I won't try and hide it, right? I'm not going to sit here and say, oh yeah, I won't not acknowledge it is the way I look at it.
Well, that's fair enough. I think that's the right thing to do. In your defence,
I've got my prize. I've gone home.
I've got my prize. No one can take it away from me now.
Yeah, exactly. I robbed everyone else of the chance to do it legitimately.
Yeah.
And now I'm sitting on top of my, my high castle walls, being all like la la la.
Yeah. So you're
throwing
throwing of
smarties
lies
at people from my battlements. There you are, you.
I mean, this is the thing. It's not an ITC pointed event, the doubles.
No, it was not.
As you say, it is a more casual thing. So therefore,
Absolutely.
I think everyone's got the attitude of, even though people want to win, right? They're also like, yeah, that seems fair enough. Like, it's not like, I was going to say when we went to Warhammer World and we discovered our opponents had an illegal list, but I mean, it is similar, but they had the advantage of having more models in a unit that they should have really had.
But to be fair,
limits.
To be fair, right, I held myself to those same standards, though. Right, as soon as I realised, I was straight over.
Straight over to TO and said, "What do you want to do?"
Yeah, and I was begging with them to disqualify me because I thought it was the easiest solution to the problem. Just kick me out. It's fine. I don't care because I've mucked up. I deserve to be kicked out, but that's not how it went. So I guess it's not really. Obviously, it was your mistake, but ultimately, you can't have cheated, right? Because the TOs agreed that it was fine, so the TOs effectively legalised your mistake. Let's say 100%.
So therefore, it's not really on you now; it's on them. And people can say they made the wrong decision by all means, right? But it was their decision to make, and that's what they ruled.
Correct, Phil. Thank you. You dug me out of that hole there. So let's talk about the games. Game 1, we played Nurgle Demons. I can't remember the names of the individuals. I think it was Sean and Sam, some sort of combination thereof. Lovely human beings. Again, just really, really awesome. Had a really great game. So we were playing against a lot of Beasts of Nurgle, which I don't know if you don't know this, Beasts of Nurgle are a little bit crazy. They've got 6 attacks each, and any 6s to hit, I believe, not wound, hit, become 2 mortal wounds straight off the bat.
Are they so they run in the kind of gribbly, tentacly, big slugs, right?
Also, do you know a fun thing about them that we didn't realise before we started playing against them? Heroically intervened 6 inches as well. Oof.
That's pretty good.
So yeah, very strong.
Oh, I mean, it sounds like they didn't come to mess around.
No. So well, they had a great unclean one. So their army list was a great unclean one. Whatever the snail guy is with the snipper snail, a herald, and there was one more character in there, but I think it was a sloppy bow piper or whatever it was. One of those.
Yeah, probably.
One of those jobbers. A couple of units of plague bearers, a couple of units of nurglings, 3 units of beasts, and the Great Unclean one was in there, and I think that was pretty much it. Like as a vibe, they went real heavy into the beasts, and in the Great Unclean one as well. My God, that guy takes some doing. Toughness 9, 22 wounds, -1 damage. Oof. Yeah. And again, has a flamer type thing that does loads of shots and a flail that goes like crazy. And like, yeah, they're tough. They're tough customers. The only reason we won that game was because we basically had 3 riptides and I got in the way and Tom went, cool, blap, and that's a dead unit of beasts. Blap, and that's a dead unit of beasts. So literally, across 3 turns, we killed 3 units of beasts, and then the rest of their army was kind of held back by the fleshy sacks of Racks and Grotesques that kind of got in their way. And then Drazar killed a couple, but then really it just came down to 3 riptides go, guns go brap, or whatever it was.
Yeah, that's a lot of shooting, I guess, from 3 of them. I had a quick question about the secondaries, right? Could you pick your faction-specific ones, or did you just have to go with the generic ones?
Yeah, we had to go generic because we didn't have a single army, as it were. So as I understood it, and I might be wrong, maybe some people did pick them regardless. So in certain instances, say there was... So the guys who won it had Chaos Knights and Chaos Space Marines. Or maybe it was Chaos Knights and Chaos Demons. So, maybe they could have picked their collective secondaries because of chaosiness, but I don't think they could have done. And in the same way, we couldn't on our side of things. So,
okay. But in theory, if, like your first opponent, they just had Chaos Demons of Nurgle, they could, because they all had effectively 1 army, right? Yeah,
they could do, and they did.
Okay. All right.
We just basically, every time we went grind them down, which was often a mistake, but actually was okay. I mean, actually grind them down was pretty consistently good for us. Assassinate was almost always what we picked, and then raise banners, and that was it every time.
Nice.
Just raise banners, blah, blah, blah. So that's sort of how that went. So that was game 1. I can't remember how much we won by, but enough that we did well. And it was cool, man. It was a great game. Had a good time playing them. It was super chilled out, fun. So that was good start. Game 2, we played Blood Angels and Astra Militarum. Combination near and dear to our heart, Phil.
Yes.
Yeah, we've rocked that a few times. So both of the guys that I was playing against, I feel even worse now, are listeners of the show. They listen to the Lookout Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. Hello. I tell you what, I'll just say it as a blanket statement to everyone who was nice enough to come up to me and say they listen to the show, but most specifically these guys. It was so lovely to encounter people who genuinely like what we do, but it's also really surreal because even though I know people listen, I can never accept that people listen and like it, even though I know they do. But it's really weird when you're talking to guys who do like it and they're just really nice to you just by virtue of the fact that you obviously put out some nonsense over the internet that they enjoy. But it is really lovely. And it really, every one of those people that reached out to me and said hello and said I love the pod, it really put a smile on my face. And it is easy to understand how you can let that stuff go to your head, because they were so nice about it. They loved it.
Was it your booming voice that drew them over? Is
Yes,
that how they recognised you?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I think, well, the guys that I played against, they were like, are you the Lookout Sir guy? Like, yeah. Oh, love it. Love that pod. Love it. And he fist bumped me. Like, bam.
And did he say to Tom, like, oh, Phil, you look a bit different?
No, weirdly, I think actually the lad knew Tom from other events or whatever. I think Tom had played him before, and he actually used to watch some of Tom's RFW stuff as well. So he's obviously got terrible taste. But the point is, man, it's like, it was so lovely just to sort of converse with people who obviously, enjoy the pod, because it's nice to be told that you do something that people enjoy. And, I can't pretend that I didn't like that. And I won't, but it was nice. Anyway, so they were playing Astra Militarum and Blood Angels. They had 3 tank commanders. 3.
Oh, try hard.
I know. Well, of course. A mortar team, a bunch of guardsmen, and that was them. So that was the
what were the tank commanders armed with?
Oh, flamers and battle cannon. Oh, no, demolishers and flamers.
Oh, okay. Sensible. Yeah.
Sensible. Strong. Yeah. And then mortar teams and all that jazz. So lots of guardsmen bodies, lots of tank commanders. Pretty durable for what it was. And then the Blood Angels were 2 units of 5 Sandguard. One with, I think it was mixed of swords and axes. I'm sure it's not important to anyone listening exactly what the weapon mixture was. A unit of Relic Terminators with lightning claws and chain fists, which is a heck of a loadout.
That's an odd combo. Surely you could go double lightning claw.
No, because you still get the reroll wound with the lightning claw, but you can basically mix it up, right? So you can get the chain fist damage and the AP, and obviously really good against vehicles. And then you get the
I guess you get the pick and mix, right?
Yeah, you get the bonus lightning claw in there as well, which is all good.
You just lose the bonus attack for double lightning claws, though.
But you still get Space Marine stuff, and you're a Blood Angel, so you're going to get +1 at some point anyway. And
that's true.
It all worked out pretty well. And then the sergeant still has the power sword and the storm bolter or the combi bolter or whatever it was. I think the captain's loadout is pretty fixed, but sergeant, sorry. Then it was Commander Dante, Mephiston, and a Death Company. So that was cool. That was really cool. I had mandrakes in my army as well, by the way. I forgot to mention that. It's going to be important in a second. So let me remind you that I had mandrakes in my army. Or at least I think I did. I might have made that up as well. But I had the models, so they went in the board. It's fine, I'm sure. So anyway, that was what we were up against. Obviously, I've played a lot of Blood Angels. I'm an avid Blood Angel player, and I'm his mate's Astra Militarum. So in a way, there's fewer armies that I know better that I'm facing off against. It's like literally
true.
It was literally like I was facing off against you and me. Basically, I was like, oh look, the old classic combo. It's a me and Phil double act. So I knew full well what was coming my way and how it works and what kind of options he had. So I saved the mandrakes to the end, right? Because I knew that he was going to do the Death Company Furlon Fury, whatever it's called. The move, pre-game move, right?
Yeah.
I was keeping them in the back burner because you may not remember this about the mandrakes, but the mandrakes are infiltrators, right? You can put them outside of the deployment zone, like infiltrators. He had no infiltrators in his army, so I was like, I'll save this to the end. He'll love this. So we're putting down the models, and I get to my last drop, and he's put his Death Company down in this really aggressive spot where he's like, I'm coming for you. One of the problems with that pre-game move is you can't end within 9 of an enemy unit.
Yeah.
So obviously, me being the funny man that I am, I sort of measured 12 from the Death Company. And I go, all right, cool. So 12-inch movement, optimal space is here in order for them not to be able to move at all. So I literally just front-lined my mandrakes. Basically, I think it was like 10 inches away from his Death Company, which essentially meant that his Death Company couldn't move because there was nowhere they could go that would have moved them forwards while not being outside of being outside of 9 of them. Yeah. Which completely
sneaky.
I know, right? It's my high-level gaming brain, mate. You know, you just got to keep cheating, and eventually you'll figure it out. But anyway, yeah. So that was how it all kind of started, right? So I basically put the mandrakes in. We win the roll-off to go first, So basically the mandrakes just sort of get out of the way. They're just like, well, okay, cool. I don't need to be here anymore. I'll go off. And then from there on in, we kick off our first turn. We whiff so bad. Like literally, Tom was like, gotta kill that Land Raider. Gotta kill that Land Raider. Off to the races. Man and boy. Apples and pears, you know how Tom says stuff. And
he's a Londoner for listeners if they didn't know.
Yeah. And he whiffs hard. Like we literally all we managed to kill turn one is one unit of guardsmen, barely. And we take two Lehman Russes down to 4 wounds. In return, we lose.
It's not too bad.
In return, we lose 2 out of our 3 Riptides and a bunch of other stuff. We're like literally reeling from this. We're like, oh my God, this is rough. But then in our turn 2, basically I run Drazara up to where the Death Company was, kill 1 Death Company Marine. My Grotesques managed to kill Dante, which was pretty ridiculous, but they got it done, which was incredible. Dante, in his final act of aggression, goes to shoot them with his fusion pistol before he dies, because he's already activated to attack. So his final act is to shoot his pistol, and he proceeds to hit but not wound, which is always funny. And then basically Drazar is out in the open with 3 Grotesques in combat with Mephiston. So Mephiston and Dante kind of charge the Grotesque simultaneously. And Drazar is out in the open. And down comes a unit of 5 Singularity Guard and a unit of 5 Terminators. So we've got Mephiston, 5 Sandguard, 5 Terminators, all within shooty range of Drazar. My opponent, I keep forgetting the name of him, I feel really bad because he was a super awesome guy. Please reach out to me on social media, mate. I'd love to remember who you are and continue communicating with you because you're a lovely human being. But the point is that he's there and he's going, right, I'm going to shoot Drazar. And I'm like, well, you say that. He's within 3 of a unit of Grotesques. And he's like, what? All right, I'll shoot the Grotesques. And you say that. But they're in combat with Mephiston. And he's like, oh, it's all right, I'll kill you in the charge. I was like, okay, cool, that'll be fine. And he successfully does all his charges, right? So in comes this unit of Terminators. In comes this unit of Singularity Guard. Singularity Guard into the Grotesques, and the Terminators into the Grotesques. Drazar heroically intervenes into combat. And I explained to my lovely opponent, I said, well, I'm going to make those Sandguard fight last with Drazar's scary thing. And I roll like an 11 or something, basically over their leadership, so they have to fight last. And then he's like, well, they're fighting first because they charge, so they're going to still activate first because it moves into normal activations, as it were. And it's like my turn or something. Some series of things occurred. Or it was that he fought with his Terminators first, and then Drazar got to go. That was it, yeah. Terminators went first, then Drazar. And Drazar killed all 5 of the Sandguard, like, effortlessly. The Terminators managed to kill 2 of the 3 Grotesques that were still alive. But then Drazar heroically, consolidated into the Terminators and then killed all the Terminators. And it was like the most ridiculous sequence where it's like these 2 things have charged him, and because of Drazar's double activation, he's gone, yep, Sandguard, dead. Terminators, dead. Admittedly, he didn't kill all the Terminators in that one round, but for dramatic effect, I basically played it that way. It took him 2 combats to kill the Terminators, but that's not nearly as exciting to say. And then he killed Mephiston. So it was ridiculous. By the end of the game, Drazar had killed Mephiston, a unit of 5 Terminators, a unit of 5 Sandguard, and a Death Company Marine. That was his tally for that game. So pretty impressive.
Did he survive to the end?
Didn't even take a wound.
Wow.
Didn't take a single wound. Murked the entire Blood Angel army on his own. It was just stupid. It's like sometimes when Drazar decides to Drazar, it's pretty Drazar. And that basically swung it for us because we had 1 Riptide that was sort of wandering around. I managed to, and in basically our turn 2, we killed the 2 Lehman Russes that were on 4 wounds. I managed to tag up the other Lehman Russ to stop it from being useful. And then Drazar proceeded to murder all the Blood Angels, and we were like, oh, well, I guess we've won that game then. But it really was not for us to win. It was only because Drazar is the jammiest of the jammy characters that we got that delivered. So that was great. And again, great opponents. I'm not just saying it because they listen to the show, but obviously that doesn't hurt. So that was great. Ironically, in game 3, I played against a couple of lads that I'd already spoken to during the day. So as I was walking to put my army back in the car in between rounds, I was walking behind these 2 lads, and I heard them talking about who they're worried about playing. And they're saying, oh, you've seen that there's some Tau Drakari list doing the rounds.
Those cheaters that have got an illegal list. Ooh,
yeah, that's what they were saying. They were saying, yeah, apparently they managed to get through on some weird Xenos-like stipulation, so apparently it was okay. Like, apparently, because, obviously people have probably been asking about how the heck we got away with it, and the TOs are having to justify their decision. And they're basically talking a bit of, they're not talking smack, obviously. They're just, as I would if I was talking about someone else's army list that I didn't want to face, I was being quite, I would be quite negative towards that army list, and they were no less negative towards us.
Did you do the old Ben Kenobi, hello there?
I did. So basically they were talking about it, and I said, well, you don't need to worry, lads. We're really bad. And they're like, what? I was like, oh, that army list. So we got through because neither of us read the pack and we mucked up, but they let us slide. But don't worry, if you do play us, we're rubbish. And they were like, right, okay. And then we had like a conversation, and it was all cool. And they were lovely guys. And again, because who cares, right? If I saw an army list like that in the standings, I'd be like, what the hell? Like, how did they get in? What's this about? And I would grumble about it too. So I got no issues with people grumbling about it. People will probably grumble about it after they listen to this, and you're welcome to. The point is, it was just funny to basically have that conversation with them, and then ironically meet them in the finals.
Exactly.
Oh, it's like some kind of cliche superhero / Power Rangers-esque show. It was always predestined that we would meet here on this field of battle.
Yeah.
Anyway, they were running.
Is it that thing about I said we were bad, but really we're really good?
Oh yeah, exactly. I mean, to be fair, mate, anyone can be good when they got 3 Riptides in that format. The point is, right? They had Space Wolf Dreadnoughts and Foot Slogging Custodes, and we played them on table quarters. And basically, Tom positioned his Riptides in the kind of left quadrant of the quarter, so the upper left. I kind of held the mid ground to kind of maneuver around. So Tom became like the anchor, and then I just kind of herded our opponent into the kind of top left of the board by kind of pressuring round. But basically, because of the way the board was laid out, our Riptides just had complete line of sight to pretty much everything, because once we moved up into the top left-hand quadrant, we basically could just see down the lines at everything. So unless everything in their army just hid behind a wall for a turn, there was no way that they weren't getting shot. But if they were hiding behind a wall, their majoritively combat-based army was getting shot to hell or getting harassed on the outer edges by a bunch of Drakari just being like, ah, ah, and picking their targets and causing problems. So they had to come out. And then Tom reveals the fact that he's gone Borkan or whatever it's called. So he goes, I could turn off your invuns on your 4-up invun dreadnoughts or whatever it is. So
okay, not on the, I was saying on the Custodes, like shield captains.
Oh, he did that as well, but it was like ridiculous. He's just like, oh, the dreadnought dead. It's like, right, cool. Like literally, their army was good, and against a lot of opponents would have been very strong. Against us, it was such a mismatch. They were absolutely right to not want to play us because their army couldn't do it. Like literally, unless we utterly failed, there was no way that they could have won that. And to their credit, they played it as well as they could. I genuinely don't necessarily think I could have thought of much else that they could have done to improve their situation.
I mean, it sounded like they needed better terrain to have more, so there wasn't so many firing lines for the Riptides.
The infantry were fine. The vehicles were not. That's the problem.
Because they can't really...
They can't breach.
Right, yeah, so they've got to go around everything. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean now. Yeah.
And because of the table layout, we just got great lines. So literally we were just like, yep, you got to go somewhere. You haven't got the movement unless you advance to get behind the things. But if you advance, your guns, which is your only real meaningful firepower on your Redemptors, is not going to get used, and you're just getting harassed, and ground is being controlled by all the Drakari stuff. So it was just literally like, we were herding the prey, so to speak, in that situation. We were basically, the Drakari were the distraction, the irritant that led to the Tau just slaughtering the Marines and the custodians. And it was honestly a complete bloodbath. I think actually by the end of the weekend, we hadn't just won all our games, we had tabled all of our opponents. Within 4 turns, they were all dead. Like, everyone we played didn't go 4 turns.
Fair enough. I see. This is, I think, one of the most obvious problems with 9th edition 40k is that there's a lot more tabling going on before. I mean, sometimes it happens on turn 5, but yeah, sometimes it's a few turns beforehand. Whereas to me, a good game of 40k, even down to like the last turn, you should still both have at least a few units left on the table. I think when people are getting tabled, it just goes to show there's too much like firepower or just general power level in terms of the ability to kill stuff throughout the game, which is why people go for like 2,000 points, because it's almost like you need more points, but maybe actually you need less, because then you've got less firepower to kill what's there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, yeah, I don't disagree with you. And we definitely contributed to the killy statistics of 40k this weekend. But long story short, mate, even though we technically cheated, although we didn't because it was legitimised by our friendly TOs, and even though we hadn't intended to, win, or rather, I suppose, well, Tom did want to win. I was less bothered, but, the fact is it was funny. I ran into a guy who listens to the show, and he said to me, he says, "Oh, so how are you getting on in the tournament?" I said, "Oh, I think I've either come first or second." And he was like, "Oh, I didn't think you cared about competitive play anymore." I was like, "Well, I don't, but somehow..."
When you get the sniff of blood, Dan, it's like the bloodlust just takes over you. Oh,
yeah,
we can win.
That's my problem, man. It's like it's too hardwired. I think that's the thing. It's like, as much as I can fight against it and say or pretend that I don't care, I obviously really do. But it's fun still to kind of keep up the facade. So I'll continue to pretend that I'm not that bothered. But clearly, it clearly means more to me than I'm letting on. But hey, it was honestly, I loved the doubles. I think it was a really, really cool event for the doubles alone. I will definitely be going back again next year to play the doubles. That's as much as I can say about it. Will I go back and do the singles? TBD.
Well, interesting thing about the doubles, or just LGT in general, is clearly, it's going to be in a new edition of the game, because the speculation is that next year will be 10th edition.
Have you heard the speculation that they're going to announce it at the 35th anniversary event?
Yes. So, basically in the preview, which is on Saturday when this episode comes out, the tease that they've already put out, the little video, shows off all the artwork for all the boxed, the launch sets for each edition, and they said something that implied like, editions so far. So I wouldn't be surprised if they, at the very least, give us a tease in terms of saying it's happening and that we see the box artwork maybe. It could just be exactly what we've done in this podcast, a complete retrospective, right? And they might just be talking about the 35 years that have happened rather than what's happening in the future. It'll be amazing if they talk about an edition well ahead of time. Normally, they announce an edition like a month or two, maybe 2-3 months tops before it actually comes out. So to talk about 8 months before it actually is due is quite impressive. But my original point was, isn't it cool that there'll be a new edition for LGT, and maybe I'll be a bit more up for, I do love the doubles, I was on the fence about the LGT one. I actually enjoyed it the year before. You know, there was a couple of misgivings, but overall it was a really good time because doubles are always fun. So yeah, I'll probably be up for giving it a go next year, especially with a new edition coming as well. So to mix things up, and also by then I'd have definitely had a guard codex as well.
And that's it, mate. I think it's a fine way of playing Warhammer 40,000. And genuinely, within that context, the LGT was a lot of fun. So much so that I managed to talk about it for a very long time. So I guess we'll move on. Good, Phil?
Yeah. Sounds exciting.
Groovy. Transitional noise. Who was your favourite gummy bear, Phil?
Oh God. I remember there was.
Was it Zummy? I bet it was Zummy.
I can't remember them. I remember there was the old man with the hat.
Yeah, Zummy.
Oh, so you're saying I'm the old man with the hat?
Well, I'm just saying that the old man would have been
your
favourite.
That's the only one I can kind of remember. There was a girl,
because he was your favourite,
and there was some others that I don't really remember.
Tubby, Gruffy.
Any others?
Grammy.
Okay. I'm sure the old one wasn't my favourite. It was one of the others.
I bet he was. You loved the old guys. That's what you're all about. There was Kiddy as well. That was the young one, I think.
Okay. Is this? We're not actually recording this bit, I take it.
No. This is made its way.
Really? Does it have to?
Well, it might not have to. I'll see how it goes. But there you go. It's the outro, everybody. You know how it is. Thanks for making it this far. I actually liked the character Toadwort. That was my favourite. He was Sir Gregor's underling. You know, and being like, oh, I'm sorry, master, and all the rest of it. And he'd always end up in. No, he was like a big. No, Toadwort was like the little troll. So you know how like old Gregor had the. I think his name was Gregor. I can't remember now. Of all the other stuff I remembered, I forgot what the evil villain character was called. But the point is, he led his army of like ogre-y troll people, didn't he? But Toadwort was the little one.
Okay.
He was the little snotling amongst the boys, and he got bullied, which was an acceptable form of entertainment in the 80s. These days, I can't imagine that kind of concept would fly.
No.
Anyway, what are we doing? Yeah, outro. I don't even know what we're going to talk about in this outro. I was hoping that would go somewhere, but it sort of just fizzled out, mostly through your unwillingness to interact with it.
Well, the 80s nostalgia cartoon trips only go into a dead end of not 40k related stuff. So, you know.
Yeah, you say that though. We could have gone tabletop wargame related on it because they did that Masters of the Universe game, didn't they? The He-Man board game. Did you see that with the miniatures game? He-Man. Mattel made that.
What, an old one or a new one?
No, new. It's like literally came out like a few weeks ago.
Was that the one Angry Joe was involved in doing?
Quite possibly. It's a He-Man tabletop wargame film.
Well, that sounds quite interesting. I mean,
it's kind of in the same kind of vein as like the Hero Clicks type things, though, you know, where it's more about, you have a few souped up characters and then there's like a card game kind of layer to it, you know?
All right. A bit like Marvel, is it Infinite Crisis?
Yeah, that was a Hero Click game, wasn't it?
I think.
Infinite Crisis? I hear great things about it. I hear the Marvel game is tip-top. But I've also heard, as I probably was saying in the LGT section, that Song of Ice and Fire is seemingly popular also.
Yeah, that had Duncan do the painting competition, judging.
Yeah. No, Duncan seems to be well in there on that side of things. I assume he's being paid to paint stuff for, you know, advocate for it in some way, shape or form. But or maybe he just likes it and he's using his social standing within the community to be able to, you know, work for the betterment of it all.
Yeah, quite likely.
Question, Phil.
Okay.
Other game-related stuff. Are you going to buy Warhammer 40,000 Magic the Gathering stuff?
Not in the slightest. I have zero interest.
You're not going down that rabbit hole?
No, I played Magic like once many years ago, and to be honest, I don't even think I owned a deck of cards. I'm sure I just played with someone else's I was more of a Yu-Gi-Oh person personally, and I actually did buy a lot of those. And I really like
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have Yu-Gi-Oh come out when you were like 40?
Yes, yeah. I was somewhat when in my 20s I played it as
Wow.
I
God, you were more of a nerd than I gave you credit for.
see, other than the Warhammer nerdness, it ran through me even and delved deeper.
Well, of course, but there's always levels to these things, you know. There's levels. I didn't presume that you went into the Yu-Gi-Oh realm. I never, but then you've always been a little bit of an anime nerd, you know, deep down inside, haven't you?
Well, only a small amount. I'm not really that into it.
For the right kind of anime, though, like 90s Berserk. Did you watch that anime?
No.
Oh my god, it had like one of the best intro/outros of anime times. They had like I won't even begin. Like I was happy to butcher the gummy bears, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do just for because I know you love it when we get copyright strikes. I'm going to put the Berserk outro music at the end of this.
Lovely. I'm sure
Yeah,
everyone will care.
For those that do, Phil, it will mean something. Someone will be listening to this and going, "Yes, Dan, well done. Much respect.
You've touched my heart."
Exactly, but that's what I'm about, mate. I'm all about, you know, just the odd little bit of you know, what's the word? Consensual touching. That's what I'm about. You know.
Okay.
Never non-consensual, Phil. Don't ever cross that
Fair
line.
enough. No, in terms, I'll give you a brief look behind the curtain of my history. Ninja Scrolls was
Hang on, about what?
of anime that I used to like.
All right, okay. I thought you were going to tell me about your non-consensual touching for a
I
minute
was just
there.
trying to get it back on track to the first
thank you.
tangent that we're on, which is anime.
Yeah, good.
So Ninja Scrolls, in my mind, was the first anime that I watched and still the best, and everything has been downhill ever since, pretty much. So I don't really watch it anymore, basically.
So Ninja Scrolls was the apex of
yeah, obviously Akira
anime
was
for you.
up there as well, but Ninja Scrolls was the one I loved,
God.
I think, the most.
I love Ninja Scroll. It is a stupendous piece of work. It's weird though because you forget a lot of little details about it, don't you? Over time, like I'm trying to remember some of the more obscure instances, but I only just go back to the first encounter with the rock guy that flung the massive like double, you know, spinny sword thing that like carved through trees and all the rest of it. Although wasn't the main villain guy killed in the end by being basically drowned in gold? Phil's muted himself, everybody. You are muted, mate. I can see you're muted. You're not saying anything. No, he's lost his microphone altogether. Hang on, we're going to have to break here for a minute, everybody, while we fix Phil.
Hi there, I'm Judy from well-known couple Richard and Judy. When I'm not writing sexy books or getting my toes licked by Richard, well then I'm listening to the Look Out Sir podcast, and I applaud everybody who's doing it too. Richard, come in here and tell me I'm pretty. Richard!
Check it out. Yo.
We got Phil back now. He was getting so upset about us not talking about 40k that he just basically stormed off for a moment. I had to talk him off a cliff. You know, but he was talking about Ninja Scroll, and I was interested in hearing his opinions or memories on Ninja Scroll that he wasn't able to give. So do you want to take it from the top, Phil? What was your favourite thing about Ninja Scroll?
Hard to pin down. I can't actually remember specifics of it. I just the art style, like, and the graphic level of gratuitous violence, no doubt appealed to my young, I presume, teenage self at university back in the day. But as you say, I do believe that the guy at the end died by being, you know, melted with gold.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, because he was like this immortal guy, and I remember the protagonist had to like headbutt him like multiple times with some kind of like jeweled tiara that he was gifted by his romantic interest throughout the narrative, and then basically this guy got like hit by like logs or something because I think they were inside a ship, and then he was melted in gold, and then basically So the implication is that he's at the bottom of the ocean, entombed in gold,
yes,
still very much alive. Just, I mean, could you think of a worse way to spend the rest of your existence? I mean, that would be
probably quite horrible.
Yeah, I think that's probably pretty rough. I mean, everything that he did was pretty bad in that film. But I don't think anyone does anything that bad that they deserve to be entombed in molten gold and flung to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, interesting.
Exactly. Anyway, there you go.
Speaking of things covered in gold.
Yeah. Go on. Get
Golden
it back
Demon.
on track.
Golden Demon.
Hey.
Yay.
I to be honest with you, can I be real for a second? I talked so much about gold because I had hoped you would take it in that direction.
Oh, okay.
You don't realise sometimes that I'm really trying to throw you a bone.
Oh, okay. Whereas I'm really going, oh my God, he's just going on about 80s stuff again. Oh my God.
No.
I just sort of set the clock, give you 5 minutes, and then that's your cut-off point.
Well, it was weird because because again, so there were a few instances. Can I just give you an insight into my method, right? So first of all, I was talking about gummy bears because it just was in my head.
Right.
But then I was talking about Magic the Gathering because I wanted to talk about shiny things, and then I was going to relate that to gold, but we moved on to Yu-Gi-Oh! So then, and then I was talking about that and I went to gold. And if the anime stuff hadn't worked out, if you hadn't said Ninja Scrolls, I was going to talk about Cities of Gold. It was all rattling around in my head.
Cities of Gold was a good one as well.
Yeah.
But yes,
anyway,
Golden Demon, everyone.
Golden Demon, we're on track, everybody. What were we actually going to say about it? Neither of us went. It looked all right.
Yeah, obviously. So, yeah, neither of us went. I mean, I'd quite like to have gone along.
Why didn't you?
I think tickets for it just sold out straight away, and I didn't actually attempt to buy one
Help me understand. Were the tickets for people submitting things to Golden Demon a separate arrangement to those of people attending to just witness? Or was it a prerequisite that only those that were submitting pieces were even able to attend in the first instance?
No, I think there was 2 tickets from what I've seen online. That There was like a general hobby one, which allowed you to go, and they had like a hobby challenge that you could do where you could build something out of bits, and you got one of the event exclusive minis, which was the Primaris Emperor's Champion. Oh no, was it Company Champion?
Well, yeah, you got that or the Age of Sigmar variant.
Yes,
didn't you?
the orc
goblin
guy,
with the orc. Sorry, yeah.
Or orc.
Orc
So you got one of those plus access to loads of bit boxes to just kit bash stuff. So lots of people.
Oh,
did
really?
That. Yeah. So
what was that? They used to do that at Games Day. That was the Scrap Something challenge or something. I think it used to be called.
It was either Scrap Demon or
probably
something like that. So yeah,
I remember it was amazing. Like they used to literally just give you just buckets of sprues. I mean, it's the sort of site that would make some kind of conservationist who's worried about plastic killing turtles have a bit of a heart attack or whatever. But from a hobbyist perspective, my God, look at all of the possibilities.
Yeah, so it sounded like you had the day to basically build and paint it, and then they did their own mini competition related to the ones that made it to the cabinet. I think the cutoff was 4 p.m. from the stuff on socials that I've seen.
Oh wow! How did you? So they gave you what? You literally. What was the workstation situation then? What, you just rock up and it'd be like, there you go, take some stuff and go to your car?
Well, yeah, no, you got some clippers and some glue, I think, but you could...
Okay.
And a mould line remover. So, for context, I watched Arbiter Ian's review of Golden Demon.
Nice.
And he entered the Bits Challenge, and he talked about it quite a bit in detail. So I'm just relaying...
Cool.
Third hand what he was talking about. So yeah, He also bought some other bits along that he wanted for building stuff. In terms of painting, you had a little paint station with a lot. I think most people just seem to use contrast paint. You could hand in your model and get it undercoated, so it would be taken off to their spray booth, I guess, or outside, whatever they have. So it got undercoated for you, and then you could come back and carry on with it for the whatever hours you had remaining. So that seemed like quite a fun use of your day. I think that was on the Saturday rather than the Sunday, and the main Golden Demon in terms of the judging was all Sunday, I believe, because people could still rock up and enter then. So yeah, the main Golden Demon, I believe, to enter had a separate ticket, but obviously as part of that ticket you got to look at all the models as well.
Nice.
And yeah,
there was some initial frustration or concern from the painting community that some of the best painters in the United Kingdom, at least, or, neighbouring Europe weren't going to be able to gain access, because obviously historically the Golden Demon has been linked to larger events. So it's always been that, there are much greater levels of accessibility for people to come and submit their work. And there were like specific Golden Demon tickets for those that wanted to, contribute or,
Well, I think before you just had, your Warhammer Fest, ticket, and you would just buy for whichever day that you wanted to do, or both if you wanted to attend. But obviously, you had to be there for the Sunday, which is when the judging was happening.
Yeah.
And that has a crazy capacity, so that was never really an issue in terms of buying tickets. Whereas it sounds like this new one, because it was at Warhammer World, just sold out almost instantly.
Yeah.
So if you weren't on it, you weren't going to get a ticket. And I think there was obviously frustration from some people who were just like, I'm a painter, potentially you've been working on a piece for 2+ years, right? Because there hasn't been one for a while, and you couldn't attend with the said model in question, which would be very frustrating if you've been in that position. Whereas I'm the sort of person where if I got a ticket, I would have then looked around at what I have worked on and gone, what can I polish up to be suitable enough to my standards to enter in and not feel like it's getting laughed at. Obviously with no intention of actually winning, but if I could get a pin or something, that would be nice. That would be what I would actually be aiming for, beyond anything else. So yeah, I wasn't too fussed. I missed out.
You've gotten pins in the past, though, right? You got some for your halfling team,
just one. Yeah, it was for my halfling team, which was weirdly. So that was the first year I entered Warhammer Fest, and then the second year, and that was the first year I did it, and I specifically was sort of painting them up with Golden Demon in mind, but also I just wanted to do a decent job at it. Whereas the next time I entered, I think it was a bit of a last minute, like, oh, let me just find some bits that I think are Golden Demon worthy. To enter, and I didn't get anything. It was that classic case of I had some nicely painted Tyranids that I put into the cabinet, and as soon as I saw them in the cabinet, I noticed some really obvious painting mistakes on them, and I was like, oh geez, I should have looked over these models a bit more thoroughly before I packed them up, and should have touched them up slightly. So yeah, I didn't get anything for those ones.
Oh well, still there, mate. I mean, good to have, chuck some stuff in. I mean, obviously a shame in a way that, if it was something you were keen to do, that you weren't able to do it this time around, but hopefully maybe next year, although it seems like the overarching kind of vibe about the event is that it was super awesome and everyone's come away going, my God, it was wonderful. And how rejuvenated everyone is in, engaging in the hobby fun and just, creating gorgeous minis. And I mean, it is quite aspirational, although I'll be honest, man, I look at the level that these people achieve these days, and I don't look at that as aspirational. I just look at that as unobtainable. And just like the guy who won it, Chris, his Slayer Sword winner entry is just, it's beyond the bounds of human, limitations. I don't know. He did it. I just look at it. I think that is absurd. How good that is. I will never, reach those peaks. Not that I necessarily should or need to, but it definitely makes me now really appreciate how unobtainable that kind of accolade is now, because the guys that are at that level are just so beyond.
Yeah.
What other people can achieve.
It was Chris Clayton who won it.
That's
and he did an interview with Coulter Paint where he talks about it, and that was done on the day after he'd won. And he said, I think it was something like 320 hours he put into that piece, and that he doesn't normally sort of do a time log of how long it takes him, but for that one he did. And that was actually something he was like, I just had this in the cabinet, like at home. I didn't paint this for Golden Demon. Which is almost mind-blowing. But I think, obviously, you probably have that in the back of your mind. But basically what he was saying is he wasn't rushing it to paint for this event. He'd already had it done. And he says, I like to paint at my own time and not have deadlines. And if I If it's done in time for an event, for a competition, then brilliant. And if not, it isn't. And I'm not going to rush it to enter it for the sake of it, which I thought was a good piece of advice. And that was advice that he got from old John Blanche many years ago when I think he was a teen. Yeah, it's a phenomenal piece. And you're right. I know what you mean. You look at it and go, oh, God, that's amazing. I can never do that. And, to an extent, I can look at an heavy metal army and go, oh dear God, that's so good, I could never do that. And
true.
I remember there was a time, and it was criticised quite a bit, that in White Dwarf, it was when they did the weekly White Dwarfs, the quality of the painting of the models was much more akin to the army painter range rather than the heavy metal painters, and that appeared on the cover art and stuff like that. And a lot of people were like, oh, this is really low standard. But for a lot of people, I think it was actually good, because it was actually like, oh, this is obtainable. Like, as a kid, I can look at this and go, yeah, I could probably paint that. And because I do think people do look at amazingly painted models and get a bit disheartened that it's unreachable. And, that's fine. Do I want to spend 300 hours painting up one model? No. I mean, I'd love to. I'd love to win a Slayer Sword or a Golden Demon. I just don't think I've got it in me to do that sort of thing. But I do love the idea of doing things like dioramas and stuff. So, I've always... Yeah, it'd be great to basically stop having new armies to build and paint and work on, and actually just paint up single minis from whatever faction, from whatever game, and just enjoy it for the painting process. I will say this though, the small scale miniature one, which was predominantly Aeronautica, weirdly nothing from No Titans, although they must have been entered in from Titanicus. They seemed like, I was looking at those, like, they're really well painted, but I was like, I feel like I could do that. I don't feel like, because it's so small, there's only so much detail that you can put into it. So I was a bit like, I feel like this is something that, do a nice backdrop, do a good job painting it up. Maybe that's just my naivety, and actually, when I see how small it is, I'll be like, oh dear God, I don't know how you would actually get it to look like that.
Yeah, maybe. I think perhaps it just comes down to one of those lesser populated categories as well, though, right? Like, that's possibly where it is perceivable that the winners of that category are maybe a little less kind of over embellished. But I don't think any of us could look at what the winners of that category delivered and suggest that these aren't extraordinarily well painted miniatures.
Oh no,
they're just exceptional. But
they're great, but they don't have things like freehand on them.
Well, they probably do, but in such sort of ways that it's almost unnoticeable.
Like in terms of markings, but it's not like someone's added a banner onto a plane and that banner is completely freehanded and stuff like that.
Could you imagine?
You could do, the little old ticker tape sort of, biplane ones. Maybe that's what's needed in the next one.
Have have a wedding proposal flying behind it.
Exactly. Yes. Someone saying Magnus did nothing wrong.
Yes.
Flying behind. And even the Youngbloods, like, even the quality of that is is really good. Like, and beyond a lot of people's abilities, and that's
because it speaks to the community effort of the hobbyist painter collector today. It's like it is unprecedented how many resources are at people's disposal. I mean, here's the thing. As soon as I saw the winner of this year, I thought, you know what would be interesting? Go back 10 years, 20 years, and look at 2002 Slayer Sword winner.
I was going to say this. If you look at stuff like 20 years ago, most people will be like, I could do that. Like, that is really good. But it is sort of like a good high standard that I think is a lot more achievable nowadays because of the knowledge that is out there, and the general bar has been raised. Like, nowadays there's so many amazing techniques like glazing, underbrushing, like all sorts of like different techniques that in those days either just didn't exist or were hard to find out about. So it is amazing how much the bar has gone up since, in that time, and also just the quality and of the paints, the kind of paints that are available, the mixers, contrast paint, inks, and is predominantly what you had back in those days, as well as the regular paints. But the paint ranges are now huge as well, which obviously does make things a bit easier as well. So yeah, it's all changed. So it is, the quality of the old stuff is so different from what it is now. It's sort of mind-bogglingly different,
mate. Yeah, it's yeah, and you are right though. I mean, again, I suppose we underestimate the improvements in certain technologies, but also the again, through this kind of innovation and collaboration and communication that happens in this exciting world of painting miniatures, we now it is I completely take for granted like the methodology behind so the Gargant, the giant that Chris painted, one of the most extraordinary things about it is the water effect that he's done. So basically this giant, if you've not seen it, please seek it out. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's a giant fighting against a hydra. It's pulling out the hydra out of the sea and has like ripped one of its heads off. But its feet are kind of in these turbulent waters. And the effect that he has achieved with the water is just beyond incredible. And the thing that's really interesting looking at that is that, years ago, I wouldn't even have begun to understand how you would create like a water effect. Now it's pretty common knowledge how you work with clear resins and the way that you kind of cast that and build that up. But that's just through obviously activeness in the hobby, but also seeing people and the access to information about that. But it's incredible when you see people like Chris's Slayer Sword winning entry, because it shows that there are still levels to this game, as is always the way, and that there are still refinement and improvements to these techniques to take them to new and interesting places. Because that water effect that he achieved on that particular mini is astonishingly good.
Yeah, I think one of the puzzling aspects of it is most of the time you do a resin pour. That gives you still water. So it's going to be flat. So when you want to do a pond or a river that's not moving very fast, super easy to do. You can then use sort of water effects, which basically create the waves on top. But what's really clever about his is his waves are like crashing. They are like peaked. They are like, he hasn't just done a flat pour and done a very small level of wave on top. It almost makes me feel like he did a pour and then he carved into it and removed a lot of the resin to give that kind of wave effect, and then obviously a lot of sanding and polishing to get it down. Or he's had to build it up from flat, and I don't know which it was, but it looks so seamless. That's sort of like the impressive bit. And then on top of that, you've got the general water effect stuff as well, like the frothing waves. So that's, it is sort of flawless in terms of the execution. What was interesting is when he talked about it, he was like, basically, obviously, you had to paint up the foot first, and he basically did the resin pour with just the foot in there, and then, so if he messed it up, he hadn't messed up the entire model. So, but also at the same time, he was like, because he knew that the resin's going to effectively magnify the foot, he was like, I put more effort into the foot than the rest of the model, in terms of how good he made that look, because he knew it would effectively be magnified and be easier to see all the flaws in it.
I mean, that was what was incredible about it, though, was the way that magnification, the water effect of it, just gave it such a kind of realistic look. But I think, it'd be really interesting to hear about how he actually achieved that effect. My assumption is I assumed that he maybe like 3D printed the wave effect that he was looking for, and then cast a mold around it, which then would have used in the building up process. Would have been a way that I would have thought you could have maybe achieved that kind of look efficiently. Interesting.
So almost you would do a upside down mold of the waves. So you sculpt out how you want the waves to look. That appears in the bottom of your mold. You then do the resin pour. So the flat piece is actually the base. But I don't think that's actually possible because he's got other things in there as well.
Yeah, so I wasn't saying maybe upside
stuff in there.
So I wasn't saying do it upside down, but like if you could create a sort of layered up sort of mold, like I don't know. I mean, again, I'm maybe showing my naivety, but I just assumed that it might been a way that they could have like built it up, you know. And even like when he was like maybe creating it, maybe he had like the foot of, you know, like a 1-to-1 replica of the leg that would have gone in it to then sort of, I don't know. It'd be really interesting to know how he did it. He might have just used pure craftsmanship. That's probably what it was. It was probably just,
yes, quite likely.
You know what I did there? Skill. All right, good for you. Good for you, pal. High five. No, I love it. I mean, it's incredible. And well done, GW, for obviously putting on a cracking event, because it's you know, it's great when people come away super buzzing about something, and it seemed like the community really appreciated that. And that's not to say that I don't want to see him not go back to doing Warhammer Fest, though. I think we need to get back to it.
Yeah, I really want Warhammer Fest. It's amazing how many events Games Workshop's putting out, but they're all in America, right? They're all the big tournament stuff is out there, which I sort of understand, but it just feels like they're completely ignoring the rest of the world, which I feel is a wasted opportunity, but it makes total sense because they hired an American to do their events, to run their kind of global stuff. So it's sort of, I can understand why the focus is on that, but I also feel like it's a bit of a misstep, especially to not have actually done a Warhammer Fest this year.
I don't necessarily agree, though. I think America was an important market for them, and I think at the end of the day, the reason why they hired an American, the reason why they brought someone in who was an expert on the American scene is because obviously there's so much competitive and so much kind of tournament play in America. I think you do need someone who innately understands it, and I do think Games Workshop need to take steps to better regulate and or influence that market, because I think, you know, at the end of the day, there was probably a lot of people who were playing at these events who were maybe using third-party miniatures or, you know, creating market opportunities for replica sculpts or other things, whereas at least I suppose, as much as it obviously is controversial for the Americans who were used to, you know, behaving in a certain kind of way, the fact now that Games Workshop have kind of managed to gain a foothold, managed to sort of evoke some level of control over some premier events in America, it means that, you know, some of these really high-ranking competitive players are needing to play ball, at least, you know, at least kind of optically anyway, with Games Workshop.
I completely agree. I just feel like they should also be doing that in the UK and ideally in other bits of the world as well.
Oh, totally.
And
but
they've had a few years of doing it in America now, and it's weird that they've then not expanded that out to other places.
Yeah, but we in the UK enjoyed, like, years of, you know, event dominance with Games Workshop already. Like, you know, up until recently, up until the various things that Games Workshop have been doing, up until they opened the Citadel, and up until then, like, it's all been UK-based in terms of Games Workshop-specific stuff. It's a real recent trend with them doing more in America.
Maybe that's why I'm a bit bitter. Because they're like, oh, you're focusing on America, but not doing anything here. Oh, I say this. It's like they still do stuff. Warhammer World.
Oh, they do loads. Warhammer World. They're just in Golden Demon, for goodness sakes.
No, I know. But they already done a Golden Demon earlier this year out in America.
They did that Horus Heresy thing. Do you remember that? God, you know, that was a great event.
Oh, that one. Yeah.
Did you pick up on my
yes?
Yeah. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, as long as you did.
No, I did.
I didn't want you just thinking that I was being all nice about it.
No, that's fair enough.
That's good, as long as you did.
Yeah, because it's like I'm not super fussed that they're not doing sort of massive grand tournament style stuff in the UK, because I'm not really interested in that anymore. But it's just a bit odd that they sort of don't seem to be doing it anymore either.
But they might do next year, right? Like, I think the thing is, what you got. I mean, this is the craziest thing, right? At the start of this year, we were all still kind of locked down. Like, that's the thing that's sort of weird. Like, I mean, it's funny. I got I was looking through some like photos that popped up, and I think you and me went to Warhammer World for the first time this year in maybe like February or something, and we're all there, all masked up and all the rest of it, and it was like the delicate first gentle steps out into the world again.
Yeah, that's true.
I imagine most companies looking at the world the way it was at the start of this year, or even towards like the end of last year, weren't thinking to themselves, oh yeah, 2022 is the year we bring it back, especially if you didn't need to. But definitely 2023, where I will be shocked if Games Workshop in the year 2023 does not have a Warhammer Fest. I think that would be astounding.
Well, especially when, let's assume they are doing 10th edition, which is obviously the big rumour that literally everyone's
Phil, I can't believe you would circulate such hearsay.
I know,
but unbelievable. A 10th edition, never.
So the fact that they wouldn't do a Warhammer Fest to celebrate that or to tie it into the launch in some way would be, pretty mad for them to not do. But then it felt really weird that they didn't do it this year as well. And it was just like, is it going to be that? Are they going to announce anything? Oh, no, they didn't. They just didn't talk about it whatsoever. And they just,
But I think, again, though, I just think they made the decision. And what good would it have done them coming out and saying, hey, by the way, we would love to have done it had we been able to read the future, but we made a bet. It hasn't really paid off, but hey, we'll see you next year. It's like, whatever. It's more exciting that they can do the triumphant return next year where they go like, and it's back, baby! Wait. James Workshop will do another ironic video and we're all cheer.
I'm sure they will. I was going to ask you, were there any other pieces from the Golden Demon that you wanted to talk about, or did you have any other favourites?
So obviously there was that grizzled towel guy that was clearly like a 3D print that someone who worked for Games Workshop made.
Oh, yeah, does he work for Games Workshop?
Yeah. He made the squat models.
Oh, okay. Wait, so which ones?
The good ones.
The Necromunda ones.
The Necromunda squats.
The ones that were actual squats. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I knew it was a digital sculpt.
So that was
I didn't realise he worked for Games Workshop. But...
No, he does. Yeah, because that's why it was in the open competition. Same thing with Darren Latham. I think he came.
Yeah, he came third. Yeah. I assumed it was in the open more because it was a bust, and they don't really do busts as categories. But I guess it's probably both, right? It's that and he works there. Yeah, that was a good one.
But I think there were just across the board. There were some absolutely fantastic pieces. I do not and cannot pretend that I have seen all of them. I haven't seen the exhaustive list of figures. Have they actually done a post yet with?
Have you not seen it? So there's a Warhammer community post where I saw.
Okay, yeah, no, I have seen
all the gold, silver, bronzes from each category.
Gotcha. I've seen a lot of these. I'm just looking for them right now. I'm just trying to see if any of them jog my memory as ones that I was particularly interested in. I think there were a few that were like strange in a way, but also pretty great. I mean, there was a part of me that was really happy with the Space Hulk duel. I thought that was pretty cool. Between the Deathwing Terminator and the
Gene Stealer.
I know Deathwing, at least in the oldest sense, are kind of the poster child of Space Hulk, at least based on the old Atari video game. But to me, Space Hulk is always a Blood Angel thing.
Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah,
it's like if you're gonna go Space Hulk. You go Blood Angel. The other one that really astounded me, I don't know if they actually won anything, but there was a duel between Jane Czar and Lilith. Did you see that?
Oh, I don't think I did.
I actually think they won anything, but it was like one of the duels, but it was literally a figure of Jane Czar and Lilith, and Lilith is kind of flipping off of Jane Czar's spear, and that was absolutely stunning. Like, that was just an incredible miniature. Like, that was absolutely stupendous. I'm actually looking at it now in the jewel section. I'm surprised that didn't make it in, because that looked incredible. But But yeah, I mean, I think the thing is often is the way with this stuff, I suppose, and maybe this is one of the interesting aspects of, the Golden Demon stuff. Like the things that really stand out a lot of the time are some of these really awesome conversions. But it's actually really nice to see that in some instances they've just given awards to just really nicely painted minis. Like the Middle-earth strategy battle game where they just went, well, there you go. He's painted Elrond. There you are. Done. It's like,
yes,
right,
yeah.
nice.
So one of the single miniature that came silver was like the almost like Conan-esque barbarian, and it's like that's just the default model on a nicer base. But that's it. Although out of conversions, speaking of conversions, my favourite probably out of all of them is the vehicle that got gold. By David Sopper, which is like the Nurgle tank, which is an homage to, I think it was an old Golden Demon winner, or just a very old but famous model, which was like a sort of plague tank that had been converted up back in probably like the 80s or 90s, like super old, and I think it's still available in the exhibition centre at Warhammer World. So his sort of modern take on it is fantastic.
Yeah, I think. I mean, look, there's so much you could say about so many different miniatures in here, and I'm conscious of the fact that whomever's listening to this isn't going to necessarily have the benefit of, looking along with us to gain these points of reference. But yeah, I mean, we strongly encourage that you check out Warhammer Community's post on the Golden Demon entrance, or winners more particularly, because there is some utterly fantastic stuff there. I actually quite like the Blood Bowl Spike magazine cover thing. That was actually pretty tremendous.
That was the other one I was going to mention. It's just a real novelty that they've basically made a diorama look like the cover of the magazine with the models in question and done a very cool backdrop to make it look like the mag. It was that and the Nurgle tank that were my two sort of almost standouts beyond the one that won.
Yeah, I think when my one of my friends posted a picture of it, he said was like, I only just realised that this was a diorama. I just thought it was a magazine cover, which is pretty incredible testimony or testament to the quality of it, which is incredible, right? I mean, it's great stuff. So, yeah, Golden Demon, that's exciting. It's good that it came back. Good that it went well. So yeah, good on them. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything else that I was thinking of. There was something else I was thinking of bringing up with you to talk about, but it's left my brain, Phil. Oh. It's left my brain.
Well, I can briefly mention that I and Richard are going to a Crusade event.
Oh, yeah, you're doing the next part of
Part 2 of...
Tomb.
Yes, what was it? Warzone... Pariah Nexus or something?
Yeah, something like that. What it was called, I went to it. All I can remember is going blind from all of the admin.
Yeah, so the Crusade event that you went to a couple of months ago now, part 2 came out in terms of the ticket sale, so me and Richard will be going to that because you weren't as keen on it as, I was, or was Richard, because Richard seemed to like the one previous.
Yeah, I don't want to be... This is the thing. I don't want to be unfair about it. I think in all sincerity, I think they did an adequate job of running that event, but I don't feel like in retrospect that it was enough of a reason to want to go back for me.
Yeah, I sort of understand where you come from. At least this time they've advertised that it is part 2 of a campaign that will be in White Dwarf, so they've sort of said up front what it is, whereas I guess when you went, you had heard Richie's rave review of their very custom campaign from the first Crusade event and was expecting that kind of level of quality. Didn't get it because it was the White Dwarf campaign, which anyone, if they own the White Dwarf, I own it, we could play it whenever you want, Dan.
You're all right.
No, yeah, exactly. So yeah, the fact that I'll be going into it knowing that sort of set my expectations for the weekend. So I'm not expecting people in lab coats to have some amazing custom missions for me or anything like that.
I sincerely hope that it's good. I sincerely hope it's good. I am more than willing to go back and try again, but the truth is I had a choice. The choice was thus. go to the Age of Sigmar's doubles, or go to the Crusade event. And quite randomly, I thought to myself, no, I'm gonna go to the Age of Sigmar doubles, which is mad because I've never played Age of Sigmar since vanilla, since like day one.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't even done that. Although I think I did originally buy the very first edition.
I bought the first edition box set. I had an Empire army in Fantasy. I took my Empire army, added some Stormcasts to it, and started playing Age of Sigmar, and went, this game is stupid, and just stopped. But I had about like 5 or 6 games of it before I landed on this game is stupid, and stopped. Because obviously that was back in the day when there were no point limits. There were no, it was just a nonsense. And also the biggest problem with it was that the gameplay design was so bare bones and basic that nothing really ever happened in the game other than stuff squishing up in the middle and just smushing each other until one thing died.
Yeah, but that was where also most of the rules were, so that they gave you the free rules, which were all kind of legacy, almost like PDFs, and they all had very fun thematic mechanics, like whoever's got the longest beard gets a free roll to do something, or if you're willing to shout a certain phrase in a dwarvish accent, you can then do something, which I think... the term beer and pretzels gets used around, especially for that edition of AOS. And I can sort of see why it sort of takes away some of the strategic element when it's down to sort of weird, sort of, inverted commas, fun mechanics, where some people was like, I don't want to do that. It's like when people shout war across the hall at Warhammer World and other people do it too. You're like, okay, I wouldn't do that even if I was an orc player, but that's just me. I'm not wired in that way. So I can see
that's
why
you're not an orc player, mate.
No, that's true. Oh, well, I do have some, going back to 35th anniversary, I do have some Rogue Trader Space Orcs. I've been collecting them this year as one of my many projects that I'll never get around to, sadly. So yeah, I do have some orcs in me somewhere. Somewhere in you, orcs reside. But yeah, I'm looking forward to doing the doubles, the AOS, because I decided to do both. So I'll be doing, I think Crusade is the weekend before, and then the AOS doubles is the weekend after.
Yeah, I'm going to really look forward to smashing together some Gloomspike kits. I have the minis. I am working on exactly what kind of list I want to go for. It's either going to be... Well, it's going to be a combination of squigs and trolls. That's basically the vibe. Nice. Squigs, trolls, in quantities as of yet undetermined.
Brilliant. But, I've got my list locked in already. I've built it. I've got the points. I'm 30 points shy. I'm 970 points, and there's nowhere I can put those 30 points. I'm just going to have to bin them. But yeah,
I'm 5 points shy in my current form.
Ooh. Yeah, I've just gone for the theme. So I'm taking my Night Haunts. I say my Night Haunts. I've got them, but not even finished building them all. And I'm just doing like an all cavalry list with heroes and hex wraiths, basically all on horses. And that's it. That's my theme. And because I'm sort of committed to that now, it basically means I have to get it painted up, basically. So that's, can I get 1,000 points of models painted up in 3 months is the challenge.
I mean, Night Haunts, mate. Let's be fair. You should be able to do that.
Should be possible. So I'm hoping it is. I'm still a bit undecided on the colour scheme. That's my main issue at the moment. But I'm gonna build up what I've currently got in front of me, which is like 5 or 6 models, and then I will paint one up as a test model, and then I'll go from there. And I've got to come up with a scheme that's relatively quick to do. Well,
I've got, in my list at the moment, I've got a Loom Boss on Giant Cave Squig. Mm-hmm. I've got a Mangler Squig, which is the big, ridiculous really big squig. Yep. I've got a load of trolls and some other squigs, basically. That's basically it. It's it's gonna be beautiful. I'm gonna be slap chopping the heck out of them.
Yeah, it's a good idea. It's interesting. We all sort of have a sort of mobile cavalry theme. So I think Sean's got Death Rattle. He's got lots of was it Blood Knights?
Yeah, loads of Blood
Tim's
Knights.
taking Skaven, and he's doing lots of Doom Wheels and the other ones that are mini Doom Wheels. I can't remember the name of. So he's sort of got some cavalry-esque stuff, and obviously you got loads of squigs which are mounted stuff, and then we got Richie, who is undecided what he's going to take. One of the options was just big giants, so he'd be.
We need a sixth player still, though. That's the thing we got to figure out.
So RFW Tom said he's a strong maybe, so he might be.
He seemed positive when I chatted to him last about it, so yeah, let's hope he.
And he's got lots of dragons, so that's again more mounted stuff. So no matter who we pair up with, we should have a good sort of cavalry-esque theme going along.
Nice. I'm excited, mate. Should be good. Should be good. I mean, as far as I'm aware, Gloomspike Gits are like the worst army in Age of Sigmar, so I look forward to contributing nothing.
You've got a good chance though they might be the new hotness once their battle tone drops, which might happen just as the event takes place.
There you go. There you go.
Or it'll be like really annoyingly the weekend after or something like that.
Well, it's fine. I'm learning the rules presently. Put the moon different places. Stuff happens. Mad times.
Yeah, brilliant.
Anyway, that'll probably do. You good with that, Phil?
Yeah, I think we've ticked all the boxes.
There we go. All right. Goodbye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Looking back, the morning comes to find your face in your grass. Take the moonlight, by the tail to any side, just shouting. What is there? It's just the same. What is trying your crown? I'm spanning my grass, walking back so where my grass shall fading.